now at the lowest level since mid-April. The 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 7.02%. That according to Freddie Mac. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The 4-year college degree, a lofty goal with an even loftier price tag, seems to be losing its luster for a growing number of students, even at public colleges and universities, long considered a cheaper alternative to private institutions. In fact, public universities had a record-setting drop in revenue in 2023. Documented in a recent report from the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association. This despite rising tuition costs across the country. Students at California State University staging protests after the nation's largest public university system, which includes 23 campuses, voted last year to raise student tuition by 6% each year for 5 years. Cal State Student Association President Dominic Quan Tressler urging the Board of Trustees to vote against it.
The proposed 6% tuition increase comes at a time when students are grappling with an unprecedented rise in the total cost of basic needs, a financial aid crisis, and declining enrollment.
But the interim chancellor said it was necessary to help close a $1.5 billion budget gap. While the cost of college has been rising for years, more students are thinking twice about alternatives now in an economy still dealing with sticky inflation. Enrollment is rising in trade schools and vocational programs. Career coach Ken Coleman telling the Big Money Show on Fox Business.
Gen Z is becoming the tool belt generation, and we're seeing that trade school enrollment is spiking up. And the trades offer a quicker, cheaper path to being able to work for themselves.
So as skyrocketing tuition costs force students to make tougher choices about pursuing higher education, they do have alternatives. But those who still want or need to pursue a 4-year degree may wonder if they're still getting the best deal at a public college.
Well, when it comes to the actual tuition, your state school is going to still cost you less, especially in-state, than these private schools.
Fox Business's Madison Allworth.
The difference with private, especially the elite institutions, they have incredible endowments where if you are someone who qualifies for financial aid, they can often meet it. So in general, especially as someone who went through college and with friends that have kids going through college, it's always good to apply across and see what you can get, because once you get the financial aid in there, it's interesting that sometimes these private schools end up being cheaper, but overall, your public school is a better on the price tag, cheaper than your private institutions. But the interesting thing is we're seeing less kids opt to go to schools in general, including public schools, which are the better deal.
Wow. So 4-year colleges are losing out. And I know part of it is trade school related, so we'll get to that in a minute. But is it the price, is price the main reason? And how much of an increase are we talking about at the state colleges?
So I think there are a couple different reasons why we are seeing this drop off in enrollment. And let's talk about that drop off first. So from 2022 to 2023, we saw a 0.5% decrease in students attending public colleges. Since the pandemic, so from 2020 to 2023, it's a 6% decrease in enrollment. That's a lot of kids. That's hundreds of thousands of kids that are opting to not go to a 4-year college. And I think it's a couple of things. The pandemic obviously disrupted many of the ways that we work and how we think about life, not to mention mental health issues and things of that nature. So delaying or changing those decisions. And obviously another part is the cost that has continued to go up. In fact, the Labor Department says that college tuition, those fees have soared 126% in the past 20 years. In just 20 years, 126% increase. And then the final piece, which is leading into the trade school piece, is the value of the education. It's supposed to be that if you go to college, it opens up doors for a higher wage, which on average is still the case. But students are looking and saying, I don't have to go to college to build a good career. And in fact, I can start that career sooner with less debt. And I think it's a big part of it too.
When it comes to the rising tuition part of this, what reasons are the schools giving to justify that? Do they have specific reasons why they're raising tuition so much?
Well, like any of us, they're experiencing inflation. So the cost of operating college is going up. But the overall operating costs, so beyond just even paying for the grounds or food or what have you, the operating cost is increasing at a rate that does not keep up with tuition. So even though tuition has gone up so much, these colleges are actually not able to have that tuition cover their operating costs. So public college net revenue is down 3.3% year over year. What that means is, especially for these public schools, being state schools, they have to rely more on public fund support from their state governments. And so what we're seeing now, for only the second time since the Great Recession, is that state funding to public colleges is exceeding per student funding levels. So that means more money from the government subsidies, despite fewer students attending the schools.
Wow. And that has a big effect on a lot of other things, because you're talking about the overall impact on a state budget and how much money they can then give to their cities and towns. And there's a much wider ripple effect, not just affecting the colleges and their students, right? The trade schools, are they getting all of the people who aren't deciding? I guess we don't really know if they're getting all the people that are deciding not to go to the four-year schools. It may not be a direct correlation. We're not going to do this. We're all going to do this. Because again, the pandemic did shift a lot of mindsets. Maybe some decided to wait on college, maybe more decided to wait, maybe some decided to just go out and start working. But there's no denying that trade schools are seeing a boon.
Yes, absolutely. Trade schools are seeing a boom. It's definitely not a one-to-one. Some of these kids are putting off college. Some are going immediately into retail work or restaurant industry, things of that nature. But yeah, a lot of kids are saying, I want to learn a skilled trade. And you look at the economy and the environment are in the economy right now, we're seeing an AI revolution. But as far as I know, AI can't fix your roof or can't fix your toilet. These are jobs that are going to be human safe for a long time. So those kids that say, maybe I've never been the in-school type and learning with my hands is better, not only do they have that, they also now have a path where there's a bit of job security that many of these college grads, unless they're training in the skills of the future, may not have.
What about when you look at the nationwide picture? Is this happening everywhere, or are there certain parts of the country where, the tuition is rising faster, and or where more kids are choosing trade school? Or is it really kind of a big picture thing?
Well, big picture for the decline in enrollment in public colleges, we're seeing that on average across the country that it's down. 2023 was the 12th straight year that we've seen a decline in public school enrollment for colleges. But there are states that have it worse than others. There were 25 that saw a decrease, and Ohio had the greatest amount of students that opted to not enroll in a four-year public college there.
Interesting. But it's not necessarily even regional then.
No, because I look at this list of the top states. Ohio had a decrease 5.3%, Washington 3.1%, Alaska 2.9%, Pennsylvania 2.4%, Massachusetts 2.3%. So you really have a mix. It's not all in one area.
Is a shift needed in the collective mindset about this in order for more students to choose trade schools, or for employers? Or are we already there where it's seen not only as not necessary to have 4 years of university, depending on the job, of course, but people care less about the status aspect of that? Are you getting that sense from the interviews that you've been doing on this?
A lot of work still needs to be done for a couple of reasons. I go to the trade schools. I've been to some here in the New Jersey, New York area, as well as in New Hampshire. And they say there still is a stigma around choosing a blue collar job. So it's still something that's looked at as a backup option versus a path forward. And then on top of that, even though we do have more kids going to these trade schools, it's still not enough to keep up with the baby boomers that are retiring. When I've talked to plumbers, I've talked to electricians, they cannot get apprentices fast enough to replace their retiring age force. And like I said earlier, when it comes to your roof or your toilet or your electric in your house, that's something that needs to be done by a human. And so it's something that's desperately needed. And even with the uptick, everyone I talk to in the industry says it is still not enough. We're going to run into a problem because we're having way more people retire than we are having young people enter into these fields.
And there's a lot of industries that don't require a four-year college path that a lot of other industries, I should say, that are still having shortfalls too, like trucking. We still don't have enough truckers, right? Things even like automotive repair. I was reading some articles about automotive repair trade schools and how, more students are choosing that. Is there anything that schools are saying that they're doing, like the state colleges who are trying to, attract more students at this point? Anything that they're doing to help counteract this spiral that it sounds like they're in, where they have less enrollment and therefore less revenue, but these tuition hikes still aren't covering the bases?
I mean, I got to be honest with you, it's not clear to me that there is a path forward for colleges to either bring down their tuition costs or bring down their operating costs or bring in many more students that would help to cover these areas. There have been talks in states like West Virginia that there might have to be closures of some of their public colleges because, in theory, it's not a never-ending supply of money. If it's not going to the schools, it's not going to public works. They need to figure out as a state how they allocate those funds. And if enrollment falls below a certain amount, there's certain decisions that have to be made. But to be honest, at this point, I'm not seeing plans from these schools as to how they're going to address the cost issue, the operating cost issue, or the enrollment issue.
Fox Business's Madison Allworth, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The headlines remind us daily, the world is a dangerous place. The elites in charge say everything's fine, stop noticing. But you know better. And your gut knows that time is short to prepare for a world that is 4 missed meals away from chaos. My Patriot Supply has helped over 3 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contain delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Secure at least 1 food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200.com.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe easy.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos. A better, easier way to get term life insurance. All online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Memorial Day cookouts are the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. Make that barbecue event better and put the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake on your picnic table. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Success. It's discipline. It's teamwork. It's the drive and passion inside of us that comes before all recognition. It's the best of each of us made better by the best in all of us. It's what Stifel's been doing for over 130 years. And it's why Stifel is one of the fastest growing global wealth management and investment banking firms in the industry. Stifel. It's where success meets success. Start your journey at stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity in unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. The House committee voting Thursday night to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for failing to release the audio of President Biden's special counsel interview over his handling of classified documents.
Garland says that he's already turned over the transcript and Republicans have all the information he needs. He's saying that he is not under any circumstances going to turn over the audio tapes of the interview between President Biden and then special counsel Rob Hur from last October.
Fox's David Spunt. The resolution now heads to the full House. And North Korea firing a number of short-range ballistic missiles towards the sea off its coast today. This according to the South Korean military, a day after the U.S. and South Korea conducted joint drills with stealth fighter jets simulating air combat. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff condemning the launch as a provocation, saying the projectiles were fired from the east coast town of Wonsan and flew about 186 miles before landing in the sea. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
No one was keeping up with Xander Schauffele on Thursday at Valhalla Country Club. Schauffele finished his round at 9 under, shooting a 62, the lowest round in PGA Championship history. Schauffele had 9 birdies without carding a bogey on the day and one putted 12 times. Schauffele also tied the record for the lowest round at a major championship 1 year after shooting a U.S. Open record 62 in his first round at Los Angeles Country Club. His first round score broke the course record of 63, which was set in 2000. Tiger Woods, a 4-time winner of the event, shot a 1 over 72. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Kansas City remains world champions. They will open the season again as they go for their three-peat. And they'll do so by hosting the Baltimore Ravens. A rematch of the divisional round of the AFC Championship. We have Lamar against Mahomes and Derrick Henry in his first regular season game for Baltimore in the backfield. Following the game where running backs for Baltimore were given the football a total of 6 times. And a game where the Baltimore defense held Kansas City scoreless in the second half. The Chiefs went on to the Super Bowl, Baltimore went home, and Lamar Jackson was still looking for that breakthrough. I love this matchup. I thought it might be Houston. No, this is the marquee ratings grab.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton with a Fox News Rundown.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJDiet.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to cleanorigin.com. That's cleanorigin.com.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Several reports that look back on how various facets of the economy performed in April suggest the second quarter got off to a slow start. An economist at BMO Capital Markets says the data suggests the economy is losing momentum, but the jury remains out on how quickly inflation will subside. The Conference Board releases its forward-looking index of leading economic indicators this morning. Some consumers in Europe are peeved by Coca-Cola's new sustainable bottle caps. The packaging innovation was designed to comply with EU regulation on plastic recycling recycling. But the Wall Street Journal reports soda drinkers say the connected bottle caps hit and scratch their faces as they drink and can be more difficult to close completely. Coca-Cola said its consumer tests found most people were supportive of the new design, especially once they understood the recycling imperative behind it. On Wall Street, yesterday's losses were modest, 0.25% or less. Stocks started out higher, and the Dow had an intra-session high that topped 40,000 for the first time. Kimberly Adams, Bloomberg Radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Jumbo shrimp. How can it be jumbo if it's shrimp? Pretty ugly. How can it be pretty if it's ugly? My competitor's got a good one. Free windows with purchase. How can it be free if you got to make a purchase? Keystone Window believes truth in advertising means something. If you want better windows at an honest price, call Keystone Window today. 267-308-2500. Better windows, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
No shade necessary. All fans will receive a pair of London 2024 sunglasses presented by SEI on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils host the Brewers. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Enjoy some interleague action when the Phils welcome the Rangers to CBP on Tuesday, May 21st and Wednesday, May 22nd, both at 6:40, and Thursday, May 23rd at 1:05. Order tickets at Phillies.com.
Hi, I'm Kim Holderness.
And I am Penn Holderness.
And we're here to remind you to get your cancer screenings.
Now, we don't have cancer, but we do want to keep it that way.
And while you don't have to race to the doctor.
Oh, but I like races, honey, especially when they're amazing races.
I see what you did there. But you do need to make time for routine screenings. I schedule my annual mammogram and gyno appointments every year around my birthday and then treat myself to lunch.
Well, that sounds like fun. Can I get in on that? I mean, I like lunch.
Well, you have a colon and you're over 45 and you have lungs.
Yeah.
And didn't you smoke in college?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so seriously, Penn, if there is something, early detection can make all the difference.
Okay, I'll get screened.
This C word can be scary, but routine screenings for breast, cervical, colorectal, lung, and prostate cancers can detect cancer early, even before symptoms appear.
Please visit preventcancer.org to find out which cancer screenings you need.
Because early detection equals better outcomes.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Friday, May 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Absolutely packed Friday show. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
How's the voice? We feeling better? Did you get through the 6 hours yesterday?
Got through it. Getting better. One day at a time.
One day at a time. One step at a time. Gregory.
Hi! Friday, baby.
Hey, pal.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Shout out to the audience. Last time I checked my phone, well over $3,700.
Wow.
In day one, Bend to Shore Bike Tour, Families Behind the Badges donations.
Thank you. Love that. Love that.
I wasn't a math major at Temple, but if your goal's $20,000 and you almost hit $4,000 in day one, I think that's about 20% of your goal. It's pretty significant.
I'm not a math guy, so I'm just taking your word for that.
Yeah. I think 4 into 20 is 20%.
Yep.
So thank you, audience.
6:01 is way too early to do math.
We start
at 6 a.m.
That's true. We do.
Yeah.
Yes. I was thinking 4th of July, and then I kind of walked it back yesterday on the air. I said, I think we could hit this by Father's Day. I'm starting to think with 20% in one day, we could get there by Memorial Day.
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
I'm just saying. Not that I'm being greedy. I'll let Stalker do that.
Thank you.
We got a lot of good things to get to today. Played a little golf with Bill down the hall yesterday.
Nice.
How'd you play?
Played very well.
Yeah?
I was very happy.
Good.
He brings out the best in me.
Oh.
In more ways than one. I had some...
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
You guys...
That's why I just ramble. It's like wind me up and let me go. I had some Korean beef tacos for dinner last night.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Was in heaven. Very underrated taco, by the way, if you like tacos. Like fresh ones. Like with real cilantro.
What makes it Korean beef?
Damned if I know. Spices. Maybe a little dressing on it.
Cat.
Stop.
What? No.
Cat.
Isn't that where...
No.
Korea's where they eat...
Yeah, but it's
cats or dogs, right?
They're basically steak tacos with a tangy twist.
Maybe it's Vietnam. I don't know.
Yeah, it could
It's
be.
one of those places.
Well, good morning, Vietnam, to you as well. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. I can't believe I'm going to do a big take on an NFL kicker today.
Uh-oh.
But that's where we are in America. It has really nothing to do with football, but free speech, family values, being a Catholic in America in 2024, being a conservative, and having a very select fringe out there going after you for sharing your thoughts at a commencement speech. Oh, by the way, at a Catholic institution.
Have the Kansas City Chiefs cut him yet?
I can't believe they haven't thrown him in jail yet, to be honest. Cut him, lock him up. What a deplorable. We'll get to him coming up in just a little bit. Also, I said yesterday, I think Trump's going to be found not guilty. If anybody was paying attention to the court proceedings yesterday, Michael Cohen got completely eviscerated in cross-examination. We'll get to that this morning. Also, more cocaine found at the Capitol.
Cool.
Yeah. Everybody's partying these days. Might explain the policies. Global obesity, vice presidential debates, RFK, and the Pennsylvania ballot possibilities. We'll get to all of that this morning. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Friday morning, May 17th, 62 degrees, partly cloudy right now. And we are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Turn 7 Liquidations. So we do have a body recovered yesterday afternoon after crews pulled two cars from the Cooper River in Pennsauken, New Jersey. Investigators converging on that scene. Sources confirm at least one body was found inside one of the cars, which appeared to be in the water for some time. So they have a scene there. They are investigating, not giving too much information. A lot of mystery surrounding this situation with them recovering, pulling these two vehicles out. And they're not calling it a murder investigation. They're not really saying too much about it, but we're watching that one as a developing story. We also have in the headlines again, this is a former officer, fired Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial. You may remember the name. His attorneys want the former officer's murder trial in the death of Eddie Irizarry to be held outside the city of Philadelphia. So they say that they use the word avalanche of media coverage. There were local and state officials holding news conferences, giving their feelings, their opinions about this. There was such intense coverage. And then the protest, remember, that we had covered at the time, they've said this circus, this theater has made it impossible for Dial to receive a fair trial in Philadelphia. Now, prosecutors, of course, disagree. The judge in the case quite engaged, even acknowledging at one point that, yes, the judge had never seen such coverage and officials coming out with all of those news conferences. He is represented by Brian McMonigal, one of the best known and highly respected, certainly a prestigious attorney in this area, known nationally. So he has, I think, the best representation. And McMonigal arguing in court, saying that, after receiving especially local, but also national coverage, how in the world could former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial possibly get a fair trial in Philadelphia?
Yeah, it's super smart if you're a defense attorney representing any officer in any of these police cases with the way the media coverage is today to request a change of venue, right? Because if you're in a big blue city and you're like this officer Mark Dial, you are not going to get a fair trial because everybody's opinions are already tainted from the slanted media coverage. You got to find a place where you can get a jury of people that will just look merely at the facts and not the emotional media coverage. It's a smart move.
Well, we don't have a decision yet, so we'll see what the judge decides in this, if indeed they agree. I believe they're working up some kind of a mock jury to just poll that situation and gauge.
Yep.
But this development marking the latest chapter in the shooting of Irizarry. We talked a lot about it last summer, last August. Officer Dial, 27 years old, 5-year veteran of the force, shooting and killing Irizarry, also 27, as he had refused to pull over for police lights and sirens, sat in his car in Kensington and was going the wrong way on a street as he had been trying to evade police. So police believed that, in fact, they thought that he had a weapon, and Officer Dial had fired a shot, thought that he was being fired upon. That was the story. But you may recall, even there were different people with video that were releasing video about this, not showing the whole picture. That the officers, the attorneys in court said this definitely could bias a jury. We also have a school board meeting in North Penn School District. We've talked a lot about this story, so I'll update you on that one as well, that we now have a decision that they've announced they will hire a private law firm to look into the entire situation. We've covered this extensively, so parents saying they will not give up on this situation, but this situation was, by all accounts, this was a student who had fairly recently been transferred to this middle school and had made a hit list, students had gone forth and begged the administration, please protect us. This student's going to attack us. Sure enough, at lunchtime, within 5-6 hours, one girl was ambushed by a biological boy, we're told, ambushed by that individual with a large steel object, one of those steel cups the kids carry.
The Stanley.
Bashing her in the head, gashes, staples to the head. So, law firm now to, quote unquote, investigate.
Good. We got to. Isn't it amazing when adults don't listen to a child, and the child or the children, in this case, the multiple kids, are the ones that are like, yeah, we told you so. Like, maybe we can act on these things and prevent these things in the future.
Yes, sir. So they're investigating it. We continue to cover it here on Kayal & Company, and we will continue to follow that story for you as well. We got a lot to talk about today, and including in Jersey, Senator Bob Menendez in court yesterday again, but this time revealing, initially in the morning, talking more about the fact that Bob Menendez, the senator of New Jersey, embattled here, obviously, but he's claiming that his wife Nadine is the one. She was the one orchestrating all of this, receiving those gold bars. Bob didn't know there were gold bars and all that cash.
Oh, God.
In his suits, hanging in the closet.
The bee set me up.
Isn't Bob Menendez just the peak epitome of why we hate politicians?
Oh, my goodness.
Bribery, corruption, then you're going to blame our wife and back the bus over her.
Well, that's not all. Then later revealing that Nadine, his wife, is under treatment for stage 3 breast cancer.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That sucks.
So her trial, remember they moved to separate their trials. So her trial is now set for later this summer for July. But at this point, that sort of bombshell was dropped in court that she's, fighting cancer, stage 3 breast cancer.
Oh, it's awful.
It's a horrible case.
You have to be a particular scumbag to let your wife take the rap for it.
Yeah.
Especially when she's battling cancer.
Yes.
Oh my Lord.
Stage 3.
Yeah.
They said.
Yeah, that's next level egomaniac.
Wow. Obviously, we have to say allegedly because we don't know if any of it's true or not. But man,
I would just like to ask Nadine. Hey, Nadine, just in all seriousness, what is it that you saw in Bob Menendez?
Well, he's very handsome. What's the age difference there, Dawn? Do we know?
4 decades.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's maybe
15 years, maybe.
Yeah, it's like 15 years difference.
Okay.
As I recall.
Yeah. Hey, it's good for good for Bob. Yeah, I'll kick this cover.
I hate politicians.
Me.
Oh God, I hate them all.
Well, we have, unfortunately, our Phillies fell to the Mets 6-5 in extra innings. Ouch.
Can't win them all.
And hosting the Nationals today. By the way, Stotesbury Regatta beginning today. That means, remember, Kelly Drive, the drives impacted by that. As always, Kelly Drive shut down because of it. So 62 degrees right now. We do head up to 72 degrees. I don't know that we'll see maybe some bright skies at some point, but a mostly cloudy day. Unfortunately for your Saturday, good thing you got the golf in, Nick Kayal, because 64 and rainy and cloudy for your Saturday. Then Sunday, 75, the sun will peak out. But of course, as we've been saying, the trend, Monday, 79 degrees, bright sunny skies, and Tuesday, as Greg Stocker says, bright and sunny.
Oh, what a concept. The sun's going to come out for back-to-back days. I didn't think that was possible anymore.
Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
Great. While we're working in the middle of our work week.
Hopefully a peak on Sunday. Hey, we're sponsored by Turn 7 Store Closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers. Must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall, Turn 7 Store Closing, liquidation, Turn 7. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13, let's wrap up the week with one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take, condemning, censoring, and maybe even canceling a kicker. Yes, if you've ever followed me over the years on Twitter, you know that I despise kickers in football. College football, the NFL, they drive me absolutely insane. They've cost me money. I swear all they do is miss. They have one job, literally one job, yet they make football fans go insane. But here we are in the United States of America in 2024, and I now have to defend a kicker's right to free speech because our nation has turned into a country of snowflakes who despise free speech and who consistently and constantly live in their feelings. I'm referring to Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker. Earlier this week on the cut sheet, we played Andy Reid's Super Bowl winning kicker giving a commencement speech from last weekend to the graduating class at Benedictine College, a Catholic institution in Kansas. And he took time during his speech to give credit to those women who choose to be wives and mothers and forego a career. Now, the speech was on Saturday, May 11th, just one day before Mother's Day Sunday. And to nobody's surprise, the woke cancel culture mob came out with their pitchforks, and they have decided now to make his life, Harrison Butker, a living hell. Here was the controversial speech. Listen and watch this.
For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now, about to cross this stage, and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
Somebody explain to me how that was a misogynistic speech. Butker also went on to speak about the importance of fathers in the lives of their children. Butker also blasted Joe Biden, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and other left-wing political ideologies. But Butker never said that women shouldn't have jobs or shouldn't be career-oriented. He shared his belief that women look forward to starting a family, raising children, and doing incredibly stressful and taxing tasks such as being a homemaker. I don't find that controversial at all. But why does this trigger the left? Because there's a sizable portion of single, career-oriented, childless females out there. We talk about them all the time. They're the GOP's worst nightmare. The 30-year-old female who spends $9 on a cup of coffee, doesn't have kids, and hates Donald Trump. That's the backlash here. Butker, clearly a Catholic conservative, and we know what's been going on in this country with the federal government and Catholics over the last 4 years. We've seen it. We've experienced it locally in Bucks County. Amber Duke is the Washington editor of The Spectator, and she wrote this, quote, "What's so infuriating about the backlash to Harrison Butker's commencement speech is that he did not say that women have to stay in the kitchen or whatever other false narratives people have projected onto his comments. He was very clear that many of the women in the audience will go on to have fruitful and satisfying careers. But for most women, they will be happier focusing on family. This is a fact. Married mothers are happier than other cohort of women. Today, women are waiting longer to get married and have children. Many are opting out of the traditional family process entirely, having been convinced that they don't need a man or that children will ruin their lives. It's not a coincidence that young women today are facing a mental health crisis like nothing we've ever seen before." That is Amber Duke from The Spectator. And how about the NFL? Now the NFL, this is the update from yesterday. They have come out and condemned Harrison Butker's comments, Jonathan Bean, who is not only the league's senior vice president of the National Football League, but also its chief diversity and inclusion officer, because we need that in the NFL, issued a statement making it clear that Butker's views do not align with the NFL's. Quote, Harrison Butker gave a speech in his personal capacity, Bean said in a statement to People magazine. Geez, People magazine, where have we heard that least recently? Quote, his views are not those of the NFL as an organization. The NFL is steadfast in our commitment to inclusion, which only makes our league stronger, end quote. Butker, a devout Catholic, did not express his views while wearing an NFL helmet, an NFL uniform, or in a room full of NFL media members. He shared them during a commencement speech to a group of graduating students at a small university on his own time. But are you ready for the ultimate curveball to this absurd story? Guess who came out and defended Harrison Butker? Why, that would be Whoopi Goldberg of The View. Listen and watch this shocking defense of the Chiefs' Catholic kicker.
So the NFL released a statement that he gave this speech in his personal capacity, and the NFL does not share his views. So, listen, I like when people say what they need to say. He's at a Catholic college. Yeah. He's a staunch Catholic. These are his beliefs, and he's welcome to them. I don't have to believe him. Right. I don't have to accept them. The ladies that were sitting in that audience do not have to accept them. The same way we want respect when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee. Right. We want to give respect to people whose ideas are different from ours, because the man who says he wants to be president, you know who? Yeah. He says the way to act is to take away people's right to say how they feel. We don't want to be that. We don't want to be those people. So I'm okay with him saying whatever he says, and the women who are sitting there, if they take his advice, good for them, they'll be happy. If they don't, good for them, they'll be happy a different way. That's my attitude.
Might be the first time in the history of Kayal and Company that anybody has said anything on The View that I agree with. If the Chiefs end up cutting Harrison Butker, he will have a major lawsuit on his hands in his favor. In fact, if I was the Chiefs organization and if I, Nick Kayal, owned the Chiefs, I'd give him a contract extension right now and tell the cancel culture mob out there to go pound sand. There's currently a petition out there on change.org calling for the Chiefs to cut Harrison Butker, and this week alone, they have gathered over 30,000 signatures. And the NFL can get lost as well, as far as I'm concerned. This is a league that has allowed Deshaun Watson to continue playing after a suspension in which he allegedly had sexual misconduct with over 30 massage therapists. Tyreek Hill, wide receiver of the Miami Dolphins, known womanizer, yet a white Catholic conservative kicker who is a damn good kicker and a two-time Super Bowl champion, speaks at a commencement speech on the value a lady brings to being a mom, a wife, and a homemaker, and it's somehow offensive. Give me a break. But how do you beat the woke cancel culture world? You never give them an inch, and you never bend the knee to them. Double down, triple down, and hold your ground. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the big take this morning brought to you by United Tire. If you drive a car and you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, well, get your car to United Tire and service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. We'll get your thoughts and reaction on the other side. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. It's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on a Friday edition of Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehot.tubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible incredible savings.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hey Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Friday morning, baby, 6:29. Kayal and Company getting set for another weekend. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, and you can jump in if you want. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Cut sheet absolutely loaded today. It's coming up at 7:45, as I'm sure you are aware of. People actually, I think, set their alarms for 7:45 now.
They should.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like it's kind of must-listen appointment radio.
Yep.
Must-see as well because of the YouTube factor.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's not my style to defend a kicker because if it was up to me, we would just get rid of kicking footballs. Just start the game at the 20. And
You're just jealous.
There's no 3 points. It's either touchdown or bust. I got no time for field goals. But Harrison Butker, this story, and we played this earlier in the week, Dawn. I think it was on Tuesday when you were out sick. And we played, I think, even a longer version of that commencement speech at that Catholic institution. And this thing has just exploded over the last couple of days. And I want to get your thoughts, Dawn, because here you are as a female, a wife, a mother, a Catholic, a conservative, who, oh, by the way, also does 6 hours of radio a day and still finds time to mow her own lawn, which is remarkable. This is, to me, you tell me, was there anything misogynistic or inflammatory about what Harrison Butker had to say that has triggered so many people in this country?
Well, I think what is inflammatory is that this white, conservative young man dared to stand on a platform, even at a conservative Catholic college, that he dare say this out loud. That is his real sin. That's his crime. And that, to me, is why I think this is delicious, this controversy. I tell you, I know Andy Reid. I covered him here. I got to know Andy and Tammy quite well during their years here in Philadelphia. He's Mormon. They're conservative, very faithful people. There's, as long as Andy Reid is there and this young man performs, he has a job. So I don't fear that. I think there might be other coaches or other teams who were, did you say the LA Chargers? They were mocking him and making, mockery show, like making cartoons of him cooking in the kitchen and starting fires.
Oh, I did not know that.
They were doing, which I think they were trying to spoof him.
Okay.
But I think other teams, maybe he would be in trouble. This one, I don't think he's in trouble. I think he's supported. And even the fact that he mentions his teammate, he mentions Taylor Swift's, he quotes one of her songs and then mentions one of his teammates, Travis. I mean, to me, I think what is astounding to me is that this young man, with a crowd that's applauding him, clearly likes him, and that he's speaking from his heart on Mother's Day weekend about his love for his wife. He's choking up, he's tearing up. I thought they liked men. I thought the media liked men who would show their heart and cry a little bit, right? And he's talking about how much he loves and adores his wife. He is celebrating his wife.
Yeah.
So they twist his words to make it seem as if,
right,
oh, she's my little barefoot pregnant in the kitchen servant. That's not what this is.
No, and oh, by the way, she has the luxury of being a stay-at-home mom. And by the way, when I was out of radio in 2016, 2017, my wife was going to work, and I was home with 2.5, 3-year-old twin daughters. So I totally respect any lady that stays home and does the whole raising the family, doing the groceries, doing the cleaning, being a homemaker. But when you're Harrison Butker's wife, not that kickers make a ton of money compared to quarterbacks, but they're in the 1%, right? Kickers are probably making just north of $1 million, $500,000, whatever it might be. She has the luxury to stay at home. A lot of moms in a two-parent household do not have that luxury, especially in today's economy, where you got to have 2 incomes. Heck, you got to have 3 incomes sometimes. Both mom and dad might have a full-time job, and then one does a part-time side hustle as well. So I didn't see anything remotely controversial about what he had to say. Again, it's not like he's talking like it's the 1940s and he's like, I want dinner when I get home at 5:15, woman, and you're going to make sure it's hot. Like, they immediately, you nailed it perfectly. They twisted his words and took it completely out of context. And if I recall the clip that we just played, he met his wife in middle school in band, right? You talk about a love story. 20 years later, here they are.
I mean, they're a cute couple. I was looking up salary because there are some sites that say in 2019 he signed this contract base value of about $20 million, but you only get like $6 million of that.
Right.
But then there's another one that says he signed a 2-year deal that's worth about half a million, $500,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
But then he gets all of his endorsement deals and other perks.
Pretty nice life to kick
Super Bowl.
to kick about 6 footballs a game and make $500,000 a year. Sign me up for that if I could find a way to make a 50-yarder. I'd be out of here in a heartbeat. So
I love him. I love that you played it.
It's like we played it on the cut sheet with Bruno, and I'm like, what's so controversial about this? And now you've got a petition, change.org, 30,000 people want him cut. Some of you people got to get a life.
Well, let's get to the root of what he's actually saying here. And I don't care. This might be controversial, but that's
what you do.
That's what I do. We were a better society when one parent was at home. And by the way, it doesn't have to be the female. If the female has more earning potential than the male does, then she should be out and working, and the father should be home. But we were a better society when one parent was home.
And what happened? So this is my mantra in my house. Some days when I come in from cutting the lawn and I'm making dinner and it's like a Friday like today and I've worked,
Yeah.
And I'll say the women's movement is a scam. and Larry always says, like, you should coin that, write a book about it because of what Greg just said, that I feel like I do everything my mom did, my grandmom did, but I have a career and I work full time, but I also do all the other stuff too.
Yeah.
And then because of the women's movement, I mean, my brother and I have had conversations John and I have conversations where I think, what was it that happened around the 1960s or maybe early 70s? What changed that all of a sudden now, all these years later, we have obesity epidemic, nobody's eating healthy. We have a mental health crisis amongst our youth that began before the pandemic started. The pandemic supersized it. Look at, like Greg said, all the societal problems that we see, and what fixed it? Moms did at home. They were mostly stay-at-home moms. The problem was, too, I'll say, that the media made it. I remember my mom saying this, I'm just a housewife. Because why? The women's movement made her feel that. The media chipped away at that and made women feel like you're the lesser.
Yeah.
When in fact, they were keeping our society, like Greg said, keeping our society together, keeping us all healthy. They were the mental health advocate. They were the business manager. You know what I mean? They kept everything going.
Yeah.
And even when people like, husbands would celebrate their wives, the media hammering away at women and girls.
And I think as a man, I'm qualified to say this, having, been at home for like a year and a half with my daughters. There's 2 reasons why men love having a career and going to work. Number one, ego. The man would like to be the breadwinner for his family. And number 2, staying at home all day with your kids is very difficult to do. It is one of those things where you're like,
my God, yes.
My God, do I appreciate my wife because I can't wait to get out of the house and go to work.
I know.
And then go golfing and then go to the bar.
I think it depends. I think it does depend on the way you're wired, because there are stay-at-home dads who are awesome. It just depends on your disposition, the way you're wired, where you are in your life. Because again, the media. I told you about, and I'm not going to say their name, but they're now divorced. They were married for like 20 years. She is a superstar on-air anchor in the news business. Husband was a stay-at-home dad. And, man, he got hammered. He was the butt of every joke. Mm-hmm. And it was because she was signed to multi-million-dollar contracts. He could take a sabbatical. It really drew a wedge in their marriage. It was awful. And when you see that kind of thing, what you realize is it has nothing to do with, like you said, it has nothing to do with the reality of their situation. It has to do with this narrative. I think we all have to open our eyes and say, what is it about the media in general or society? Why is this happening? It's to break up the family.
Yeah, they don't like the nuclear traditional family, do they?
And it's not about this. It's not about Harrison.
Yeah.
It's about there is an agenda to break up the family.
Mm-hmm.
And for women, and we see it now with girls, and we see it now with little kids where, pediatricians are, now they're being told to ask little kids when they're first when they're 5, 6, well, what's your gender? You can choose this and that. What are they really getting? It has nothing to do with LGBTQ+.
Yeah.
It has to do with busting up the family, busting up those family values. And this young man speaking so eloquently, they take his words blasphemous, really.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're totally right. 2 updates to this story. The Missouri Attorney General, Andrew Bailey, is very fired up. He is calling for accountability after the Chiefs' Harrison Butker got doxxed over his religious beliefs. He is demanding accountability after the city of Kansas City posted a message on social media revealing the residence of Kansas City Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker following his commencement speech over the weekend. Bailey said yesterday that he plans to enforce the Missouri Human Rights Act after the city of Kansas City posted a message on X just a day earlier revealing where Harrison Butker resides, saying, quote, "My office is demanding accountability after Kansas City's X account doxed Butker last night for daring to express his religious beliefs. I will enforce the Missouri Human Rights Act to ensure Missourians are not targeted for their free exercise of religion. Stay tuned." Now, the social media account deleted the post on Wednesday and later posted a brief apology saying, "We apologize for our previous tweet. It was shared in error." How do you share that in error?
They didn't.
Mike Keister, that was a mistake. That was intentional.
No, because now whoever's behind that could get sued.
Fired, the whole bit. Mm-hmm. And why is a city employee posting that on a city city Twitter feed, an official government feed? And they went on to say this: the Kansas City mayor Quentin Lucas addressed the controversy in a separate post, calling it, quote, "clearly inappropriate." A message appeared earlier this evening from a city public account. The message was clearly inappropriate for a public account. The city has correctly apologized for the error, will review account access, and ensure nothing like this is shared in the future from public channels. So
we got caught. Oops.
Yep.
We're covering our ass.
Yep. This reminds me of the Fulton County indictment that got processed before it was official and it was shared and posted publicly. So that's absurd. But you know what? The last thing on this is, we live in this world where this, 7, 8, 9% of select vocal minority left-wing progressives out there share these ridiculous views. Most of Americans don't subscribe to it. And I'm happy to report this. Harrison Butker's Chiefs jersey is now the most popular selling jersey, not only for men, but for women's jerseys. How about that?
I love it.
You got to love capitalism, right?
Yeah, damn right. As Greg Stocker once said,
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
There you go. So you can get your Harrison Butker jersey at NFLshop.com.
It's so funny. It's so funny, like, to think about it. again, he's a kicker. Nobody knew who he was.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
They've
yeah.
just made him. They've just made him completely famous.
I didn't know who he was. And he's Kansas City, but now I love this guy.
He screams like if there's a network out there looking to do a traditional family conservative reality show, this is your guy. Every time they try to cancel somebody, it's a lot like Trump with social media. When they banned him from Twitter and Facebook, he goes to Truth, and now he's got $1.2 billion worth of shares. It always seems to backfire. You only empower those that you try to suppress.
Yeah, and whatever they were going to pay him whenever his contract is up, just double it now.
Yeah.
Because him and Travis Kelce are the most famous people on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. Only be a matter of time until Taylor Swift weighs on the controversy.
Oh,
get her
yeah.
thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure the Swifties are very mad. The Swifties probably want Harrison Butker dead.
Oh, that was everybody saying, I'll let the Swifties take care of you. But I just hope the Swifties listen to what he actually said and how he teared up.
Yeah.
And I love the clips that you played, you know?
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, we've got Michael Cohen, Donald Trump trial updates on the other side, Capitol Police and cocaine. It's all still ahead as we continue.
That's a lot.
Friday edition. Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
At TurnersvilleJeep.com, the deal you'll be bragging about for the rest of the year awaits. See TurnersvilleJeep.com's big selection and save on the one you love. And right now, save even more with zero-down lease deals at TurnersvilleJeep.com. The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier New Jersey Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Wagoneer dealer.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly.
I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Spring is here. Get ahead of summer pricing and availability. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently before you get stuck without cooling on blistering hot days coming up. 0% financing options are available. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 6:50 as we continue putting a bow on the first hour here on a Friday show. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Also, we'll get to Michael Cohen and his testimony yesterday. As CNN's Ellie Honig says, Michael Cohen had one of his legs cut off yesterday. This was a big beatdown yesterday, a big victory by Mr. Blanche and the defense. We'll get to that coming up after the news. But I just wanted to pass this story along here as we've got about 3 minutes. U.S. Capitol Police, surprise, surprise, yes, they have found another bag of cocaine.
What?
Yes, in a heavily trafficked hallway of the Washington, D.C. headquarters. I love how they say heavily trafficked. So you know what's going to happen here, right? Well, we've got cameras, but there was a lot of people coming and going, and we really have no definitive angle to see if it was dropped by somebody, and we can't pinpoint whose cocaine it was, if it was an outsider, if it was a swamp creature, so forth and so on. But this news coming down as the U.S. Capitol Police announced that a small bag of cocaine has been found in a heavily trafficked hallway of its headquarters. In a press release yesterday, the agency announced that around 1 p.m., roughly a 1 by 1 inch bag filled with a, quote, white powdery substance, no, it was not anthrax, was found in the middle of the floor at the U.S. Capitol Police headquarters in Washington, D.C. They are investigating the small plastic bag discovered, and it did result in a positive test for cocaine. It was found on the second floor of the USCP headquarters in an area that was used for storing furniture and other supplies. I don't know, maybe there was a gay sex porno shot in that area with some furniture. Who knows? We talked about that story last year. Of course, we know about the White House last July, coming up on a year since that happened. What was that? That was July of 2023. That was right before we broke for 4th of July holiday weekend, so just about 10 months ago. And they say the following: the White House complex went into a precautionary shutdown enclosure as officers from the Secret Service Uniform Division investigated an unknown item found inside the work area. That according to the Secret Service.
So to your point, Nick Kayal, 2 times cocaine has been found. There's been sex that's happened.
Yeah. I'm so glad the adults are back in charge.
I was just gonna say it's Caligula at the White House.
Maybe
what is happening?
Maybe this explains why the policies are so warped and the speeches are so bad and nobody can connect the dots and cross the T's and anything like that. Man, I mean, between the, and I'm just, being tongue-in-cheek here, I'm not accusing anybody, but between the typical people that we see speaking, between Joe and Kamala and the binder, everybody's having a good time. It's party time at the White House, baby.
Yeah.
I guess so. Somebody's having fun.
Yeah, you dance topless on Easter in front of the White House.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that,
Yeah,
too.
it's just,
Woohoo!
This is the United States government, folks.
By a dude that turned into a chick, right?
Yeah. Although, that dude that turned into a chick, far more impressive than Dylan Mulvaney, right?
Yeah.
Like, if we're going to have to rank them, I mean,
Wow.
that's at least...
Sheena was a man.
It's a little Tone Loc Friday. I love that song. All right, we'll get to the news to kick off hour
But who
number
knows
2.
about cocaine? Anyone ever seen cocaine?
Bernie Sanders. Where's Bernie been?
But who knows about cocaine? Anyone ever seen cocaine?
I was in Vermont, and I don't like the powder, but I do like a powdered donut.
Yes.
All right, 855-839-1210. News to kick off hour number 2. Trump and Cohen testimony, and also a sad piece of news that we will pass along to this audience, to this station, that I think a lot of people care about. That's coming up. Hour number 2 is on the way. Stay right there.
Construction continues here at Colonial Hyundai. We're on our way to a bigger dealership, more service space, and a state-of-the-art showroom. But construction is making space limited, and we're getting more and more shipments of Hyundais every day. So let's keep it simple. Right now, only at Colonial Hyundai, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. With a vast selection of Elantras, Sonatas, Santa Fe's, and Tucsons. Hundreds of vehicles available for immediate delivery. And guess what? You can drive off in yours today, saving up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock during the Spring Getaway Sales Event at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with Hyundai Assurance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price. Includes all rebates and incentives. Cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 4/1. See dealer for more details.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Ready for pool time this Memorial Day weekend? At Leslie's, we've got you covered. Save big on all things pool. We have everything you need in stock and at a great price. Take the guesswork out of pool care. Come into Leslie's for a free 10-point AccuBlue water test to ensure your water is clean, safe, and beautiful. Get set for all your pool time fun with Leslie's. Dive in and get started. Shop online at lesliespool.com or at one of our 1,000 locations. Leslie's, we know pools.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
To find the answer on the road.
7:01. Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway here on this Friday morning. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you'll find out in just about 44 minutes. Also, we're going to get to the cross-examination yesterday of Michael Cohen. All sorts of great headlines, including this one. Michael Cohen torn to shreds by Trump's attorneys in blistering cross-examination. We'll get to that, and also the legal analysis, courtesy of CNN's Ellie Honig. That's on the way. But first, let's get to the news, round number 2, in hour number 2, as we say good morning to Don Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Best Work Industries for the blind. 61 degrees and cloudy this Friday morning, heading up to 73 degrees today with bright skies. The rain holds off until tomorrow. So as we look at the news this morning, so much to talk about. And this, as there's an active investigation with blue tarps and blue tents and canvases that have been created because of all the news choppers overhead. This after 2 vehicles were pulled from the river, and a lot of questions going on this morning as there are multiple investigative teams. This as a body was recovered, crews pulling 2 cars from the Cooper River, Pennsauken, New Jersey. Those news choppers circling overhead, which is why they set up all of the tarps and the tent light-like features so that investigators could do their work under those blue canopies, if you will, examining what's going on. They have confirmed, in fact, that at least one body was found inside one of those vehicles. And so that is an active investigation that they're a bit quiet about. We also have new developments in the case of a fired former Philadelphia police officer who made major headlines last summer in August, as you may recall, a traffic stop that turned tragic for Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial, who was fired, and DA Larry Krasner charging him with murder in the death of Eddie Irizarry, who had eluded police during a traffic chase, if you will, refused to pull over and was driving erratically. Tragically, that ended with the 27-year-old officer firing at the vehicle of and through the window of 27-year-old Eddie Irizarry during that traffic stop, ending in Irizarry's death and all of those city protests, a lot of damage that was caused. And now he is in court, his attorney, Brian McMonigal, and so they are fighting to get a change of venue to get this trial out of the city of Philadelphia, saying this officer deserves a fair trial, cannot get an unbiased jury in the city of Philadelphia.
If I recall correctly, and I could be wrong because all these stories seem to just blend together these days, wasn't this the case that ultimately led to the rioting and the looting and the smashing of businesses and Meatball and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
That was.
I thought that was the
that
case.
was, and part of what, to your point, what they were talking about in court and presenting evidence, showing, pointing to all the videos of those officials who were holding the news conferences, that the result was the protest that you're talking about, Nick. Yeah.
Yep.
So all the damage, all the looting, the protests, it made national news, obviously, but there were city and local leaders speaking out, holding all these news conferences. And so Common Pleas Court Judge Barbara McDermott, she said in court she was not yet prepared to rule on the matter, and so she's seeking more information. It looks like they're going to be staging these mock jury selections, like I had talked about earlier this morning, to see how widely the case is known among the public. And then as they look at that during sessions behind closed doors, they'll make this, that will help them make the evaluation.
Yep. Smart move. I like it.
So, and I think, this is DA Krasner. How many officers has he tried to charge with first-degree murder in this? They have to show intent. I think that's another question, to put this 27-year-old, 5-year veteran of the force. It obviously ended in tragedy, but does he deserve, to be put away for life in prison, essentially?
Yeah.
He's fighting for his life now.
You know what would be a really fun exercise? I would love to have access to every single Philadelphia police officer, and I just want to go up to each and every one of them and say, hey, completely off the record here, first word that comes to mind if I say Larry Krasner. And I just want to collect the words and report back to the audience.
Well, for veteran officers, maybe retirement. They can't wait to put in for retirement.
That might be the nicest word you hear.
Yeah, and so, the one I can say in the air, Nick.
Yeah.
So we have that going on. We also have, we have reaction to the big Wildwood rally, incredible historic rally that's going on. And of course, DJT, Donald J. Trump, will not be back in court today. I know Nick is going to break down, and they have in the cut sheet the Michael Cohen, all that testimony yesterday. But just a reminder that Barron Trump, who just turned 18, he is graduating from high school this morning. And then after the graduation and the party, that'll all happen obviously in Florida. And then Trump heads this evening to Minnesota to try to campaign, because he's been in court most of the week, obviously.
I would advise Barron, if he's speaking at his commencement, not to talk about moms raising kids at home and not having a career. You don't want to get canceled before you get to college, kid. Let Harrison Butker be your guide.
That's a good one. Well said. Can you believe it was 1 week ago this morning? Doesn't seem like
we broke the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think about that. That was the Trump, interview aired at 8:30.
My life hasn't been the
Friday.
same since dawn. Paparazzi, the media, the interview requests. I just give them to my assistant.
And we'll take you to another trial in New Jersey. This is of embattled Senator Bob Menendez, a.k.a. Gold Bar Bob. The opening statements in his trial of alleged corruption the opening statements blaming his wife, Nadine, 57 years young. He is 70. And so really his attorneys, his strategy in this trial is to say that his wife was orchestrating all of this, that Bob Menendez, the senator, he was at work. He was not aware that his wife, Nadine, had these gold bars and all this cash stashed in their home. And as well, then they revealed that, in fact, before, when she had filed separately and gotten separate attorneys, she had not disclosed her health condition. Yesterday, we learned, according to the attorneys, that she is battling stage 3 breast cancer, and that's why her trial is pushed back to at least July, but it's indefinite.
It's what kind of pig do you have to be to throw your wife under the bus on top of the fact that she's battling such a terrible disease?
Yeah. Stage 3.
Yeah.
Very, quite serious. So
gold bar, Bob.
Yeah, it's a sin, as we say. And of course, we're looking at the forecast today, all important as our Phils. Well, we obviously fell to the Mets 6-5 in extra innings yesterday, hosting the Nationals today. A beautiful day for baseball as we're hosting today and tomorrow. So today we're looking at the rain holding off, and we're looking at low 70s, 73 degrees, mostly cloudy but bright skies. Hosting the Nationals today. Stotesbury Regatta beginning today. A lovely day to be on the Schuylkill River. Unfortunately, tomorrow, not so much. If you've been involved in those regattas, you know it's an all-day event lining the Schuylkill River. Kelly Drive obviously closed, but we will see 66 degrees, mostly rainy, kind of cold and raw and rainy for your Saturday tomorrow. The sun will peak out for your Sunday, so popping back up into the low 70s. But of course, Monday and Tuesday will heat up to 77 degrees for your Monday. Bright sunny skies.
Beautiful.
So Sunday is definitely the better day. Saturday is our lesser day, if you will. Best Work Industries for the Blind sponsoring us as their e-commerce stores helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now. Save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. And right around 7:20 this morning, we will delve into Trump Cohen testimony. We're going to hear from Ellie Honig. And also, we now have Kamala Harris committing to a vice presidential debate that will be televised on CBS.
Okay.
Question is, who will be debating Kamala Harris?
Well, thank you for that tease, Nick Kayal, because it's 7:45. I will tell you who dropped a major hint yesterday that it could be this person.
Okay. So Trump has hinted at Burgum, and now we have a first-hand account of a hint from one individual.
Coming up at 7:45.
All right, look forward to that. All right, for a serious moment, I want to pass this along. I've never had to do this on the radio. It's not fun to do in real life, in person, much less while you're doing a broadcast. But I want to pass this along. I came across this from one individual on Tuesday night, and then was able to speak with the spouse for a few minutes via the phone, and then a couple of follow-up text messages. Our buddy Sid Weiss passed away on Monday evening. So I think all of you, if maybe not all of you, but a majority of you know Sid Weiss. You might know his wife, Sarah. I met them 2 or 3 times at Parks Casino for Zioli Comedy Night.
Actually, the first time you met him was my comedy night.
That's correct, when you filled in for Rich and
right?
you knocked it out of the park.
And Sid and Sarah were there, and they're such great supporters.
Yes, and Sid passed away Monday evening. Our buddy Kevin Poles reached out, told me. I was like, this has got to be like a joke. This can't be, right? So I chatted with his wife, Sarah. She sounded incredibly strong. I have no idea how she kept it together. last few days, it's like, okay, let's figure out how we address this. We wanted to be respectful. Sarah gave us the go-ahead and the green light, so to speak, to share this information. And Sid passed away Monday evening, and they will be having a short memorial service today for Sid. If anybody wants to make any sort of donation, a flower, a contribution, go. It is today at 3:30 at Goldstein's Funeral Home, 310 2nd Street Pike, Southampton, PA, 18966. You can also go to the website, goldsteinsfuneral.com.
We love you, Sarah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's, I kid all the time about people on the YouTube chat that may or may not be my spirit animal. Sid, without a question of a doubt, was my spirit animal. We had a lot of the same interests, and his tweets, and I've met him a few times, like Dawn. He's been here since the beginning.
Yeah.
I think he was one of the founding members of the Zeoli Army.
Mm-hmm.
He had those slip-on shoes, the Zeoli Army slip-on shoes that he made himself. He got them custom made before this radio station shelled out the money for any sort of merch or anything like that. He was the first one to do that. He was always a great guy. Every time I met him at events and stuff, and we all know how infrequently I go to events. So, he was always like a beacon of light whenever I went there, because we had a lot of the same interests, from music to old Howard Stern stuff to
he was a big Phillies baseball fan.
Radio, yeah. So I talked to Sarah as well the other day, and she was like, I was just like, I think I was like, she held it together better than I did.
Right.
Incredibly strong woman. So,
yes.
If you knew Sid or, wanted to pay respects, 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah. The first time I met him, he came up to me, shook my hand, damn near broke my hand. He's got a very strong grip. So rest easy, Sid. You'll be missed. I'm sure this audience will miss you. And heck, Sid Weiss, for all the flack that Stocker gets in the YouTube chat, Sid Weiss's Twitter avatar was a altered meme of Greg Stocker yelling, "We start at 6 a.m."
Yeah. And as a tribute to Sid today, I'm going to make my Twitter meme him.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
So, because his Twitter meme was me with one of those filters on the face, which is hysterical. He loved busting my balls, which I always love.
Yes.
Yep.
I love that more than anything. I hate the people who give me flowery praise, or the people who are just nasty.
Yep.
I want somebody to come after me.
Yeah.
So, and Sid was never shy to do that. His tweets are just like, I don't know how we're ever gonna replace his tweets because they gave us so much show fodder.
Yes.
So
yes.
He also loved his cats.
Yes.
So cattailsinc.org. That's on the site that you mentioned for donations, because he supported the 501c3, loved animals, loved his kitty cats. But Sarah, we love you.
Yep.
Sid's in heaven watching us. I didn't know about it because I've been sick all week, and so Greg tearfully told me, yes, I'm just shocked.
Yeah,
he's
streaming us in heaven on the Odyssey app. It comes in really well up there, actually.
Yeah, exactly. We can't afford to lose a listener. He needs to be listening up there. Come on.
There you go. So rest easy, Sid, and God bless you, Sarah, and stay tough and hang in there. All right, we'll come back and get to Michael Cohen, torn to shreds by Donald Trump's attorney yesterday, Todd Blanche. And Ellie Honig says this thing's taking a turn for the worse for the prosecution. We're back after this here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk for years about Chapman windows, doors, and siding. The Chapman celebrating 30 years. Mike and Mark Chapman, congratulations. 30 years ago, these brothers started a business locally, Chester County. They're great guys. And by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman family team. But I want you to think of them for siding and stucco remediation as well, because that's such an important investment in your home. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on that job. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding, removing your current stucco, and then replacing it, think James Hardy Plank. It's gorgeous. Or maybe all the vinyl siding choices that they offer. Get this on the calendar now so you can get this project done. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or all the hardware choices. Give them a call. You can text them. They're listening right now, like-minded, 610-431-8898. You can take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When I got sick, I didn't just need a transplant. I needed a heart and a kidney transplant. And my Jefferson Health team didn't just find me a donor. They took care of me as a patient and a person.
At Jefferson Health, we do not compromise. We are more than 12,000 caregivers who push beyond what's possible. We are healthcare rooted in care. Jefferson Health, uncompromising care.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
.720, welcome back in. Kayal and Company rolling on live here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up in 25 minutes. Not a great day yesterday for the prosecution in the Donald Trump Stormy Daniels hush money case, as Michael Cohen, and this is one of these things again where when you look at who your top witnesses are, what's their credibility, and then you evaluate Stormy Daniels and the fact that she has altered her story 4 or 5 times over the last 4 to 6 years, and then you look at one of your top witnesses being a serial liar, a admitted and convicted perjurer, and a guy who will basically do anything to remain relevant, and a lot like Bob Menendez, basically throw anybody under the bus if it means, increasing the odds of him getting off and beating the rap, so to speak. So yesterday, and there's a lot of ways in which you can, I think, track this trial live. Unfortunately, it's not televised. I think it would be must-see television. Some reporters, Julie Kelly gets access, a few others that tweet some of the stuff, kind of the play-by-play, so to speak. But I've been using the Daily Mail's website. They do these live updates, and you can just keep refreshing the page, and they timestamp everything, and they highlight all the big moments. So I am reading from the source of the Daily Mail as Michael Cohen is, quote, torn to shreds by Trump's attorneys in blistering cross-examination over Stormy Daniels and the hush money payments. So Donald Trump's defense lawyer accused star witness Michael Cohen of lying about a crucial phone that tied the former president to a cover-up around hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels in a dramatic exchange yesterday. Defense lawyer Todd Blanche delivered his blow just before the lunch break, offering evidence that the key conversation was actually about a prank caller and not, as Cohen claimed 3 days earlier, about a $130,000 payment for Daniels' silence. It created an aha moment just as the case barrels towards its conclusion, the sort of pin drop shock common to courtroom TV dramas that rarely happen in real life in court. And it undermined Cohen's testimony that he personally talked to Trump about plans to hide the hush money, a claim that is central to the case. Having reminded the 12 members of the jury that Cohen had a history of lying to courts and laying the foundations of the idea that he was an unreliable witness, Trump's lawyer Todd Blanche took the court in an unexpected direction. They go on to say here in this article, it's a very long update. I'll just briefly wrap it up by saying this. He brought up text messages and call logs to show that Cohen had been plagued by nuisance calls in October of 2016. And then they go through some of the specifics. And of course, as that played out in real time, and then they had their recess for lunch, a lot of the networks that are obviously live 24/7 bring in the legal analysis. They bring in their legal scholars. Fox will bring in Jonathan Turley. CNN will have Ellie Honig at the desk giving commentary. And Ellie Honig says that Michael Cohen yesterday had his knees chopped out by Trump's attorney in what he called a devastating cross-examination. I believe this is K1, Greg. Let's play this. CNN legal analyst Ellie Honig talking about Michael Cohen and Todd Blanche. Take a listen to this.
Kind of shift in atmosphere shift.
And he's engaged today watching. He's looking at this testimony. Things are going well for him. I just wonder how we got to this point, and what you think. You've seen a lot of things develop in court. You've seen a lot of trials. Have you ever seen something like this, kind of a twist like this?
I don't think I've ever seen a star cooperating witness get his knees chopped out quite as clearly and dramatically as what just happened with Michael Cohen. I've certainly seen very effective cross-examinations of cooperating witnesses. I've seen aspects of their story cut into and called into question, but this goes to the heart of the allegation here, that phone call on October 24th, and it looks to the jury and to Anderson Cooper and Kara Scannell and Judge George Grasso, who are all in the courthouse, that was a devastating moment. There's also, I want to hear Elliot's view on that as well, but we're in an interesting moment right now. We're 25 minutes away from the end of the court day, which ends at 4 today. I believe that Todd Blanche is going to keep his cross going so that when they come back into court 4 or 5 days from now on Monday, if he finds new stuff in the next 4 days, he will have the ability to continue the cross.
Yeah, and keep it fresh in the mind of the jury.
So that was Ellie Honig on CNN yesterday in their roundtable discussion right there. We talked about this yesterday, Dawn, where I thought that this case, it's not going to get, tossed out. It's not going to be dismissed. But I've cited Turley multiple times saying the following. Jonathan Turley said, quote, any judge that sends this case to a jury has no self-respect. I think this was one of those moments where I would like to believe there has to be at least one juror sitting on that jury that says, there's no matter how much I might hate Donald Trump, no matter how much I might have lied and said I can be an impartial juror and be a juror of Mr. Trump's peers, you have to sit there and look at moments like this and say, I can't believe any of these people. How can I sit here and vote guilty when the top 2 prosecution witnesses are pathological liars and have no credibility? And not to mention, you haven't even really proven anything about a crime or a fraud. To me, this is going to be a not guilty. I think there's going to be at least one person that votes that way.
I hope you're right. I don't even know. I've never seen anything like this where they don't up front tell you what the alleged crime really is. And so I think this ends up, we've talked a lot about this, but I've talked a lot about it. I think this ends up in an appeals court. I think it's going to be the same appeals court as Harvey Weinstein. I think it will get thrown out on appeal anyway. So I don't even think it matters whatever this jury comes back with. I hope they do it quickly so they can kick it to the appeals court where it will be overturned.
And you heard there, too, that Trump seemed to be very dialed in yesterday. Like, we've talked about him, allegedly falling asleep. Maybe I think it's probably, for a guy that's got a ton of energy, I find it really hard to believe that he would fall asleep. I think he does it because he knows where the cameras are. He's a television veteran. He knows how to put on a performance and do the theatrics. And he's basically saying, this is a snoozer, wake me up when it's over, so to speak. But he was very into it yesterday because I think, obviously, he's aware what direction his attorney is going. And Todd Blanche probably is telling him, hey, I'm going to put, we got Cohen on the stand today, and I'm going to really pin him against the wall with this and really chop out one of his legs. So I think Trump was probably relishing that moment.
In that clip that you just played, Nick, Ellie Honig mentioned Anderson Cooper. Phil, if you can grab cut 10 here. Anderson Cooper was at the court yesterday in his dull and boring way, but he even said yesterday that if he was a juror, he doesn't know how he couldn't feel like Michael Cohen was lying during what he said yesterday.
Right.
Phil, this is cut 10, if you will, my friend, go.
Anderson, let me ask you, if I can put you in the jury box, having just witnessed that piece of cross-examination, do you have doubts that conversation happened the way Michael Cohen testified on his direct examination, that he called Trump insurer?
I think it's absolutely. I think it's devastating, for Michael Cohen's credibility on this, in this one particular topic, whether it's, he just didn't, it's hard to, I don't know. Yes, I think if I was a juror in this case, watching that, I would think this guy's making this up as he's going along, or he's making this particular story up. Todd Blanche was pointing out, you were testifying just on Tuesday in this court, and all morning long he's been pointing out, inconsistencies in Michael Cohen's testimony, or at least questionable aspects of Michael Cohen's testimony, but nothing that you would necessarily as a juror think, okay, that's clearly a lie. Maybe that's just he was misunderstanding, or he was bragging, or whatever. This one, Todd Blanche clearly saved this to right before the lunch break, I'm assuming, because it was just so well crafted and just point by point walking through this story, which at first seemed, why this seems like a ridiculous story. Some 14-year-old is sending him, nasty text messages, and he's going to call Keith Schiller about it. And then you realize, you look at he showed the phone logs that the prosecutor had shown, and it's the phone call that Michael Cohen had previously talked about. I think it is severely damaging to Michael Cohen's testimony.
Now, I don't think that you can look at this case and then all of a sudden start making, sweeping statements about other cases. I also think that a lot of people, sadly, in this country, when it comes to Trump and Biden, have already made up their mind in November. But you look at this from a momentum standpoint. If Trump is found not guilty, and I've got to believe you talk about doubt and reasonable doubt, it would blow me away if 12 out of 12 people believe that the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's going to be a momentum trickle-down effect, I think, if Trump is acquitted and found not guilty here, moving forward, where, especially with Americans with very limited time and small attention spans, and they pop on their phone for 5 minutes to read the headlines. If they see Trump found not guilty in the first, I think there's going to be some people out there, perhaps, not a sizable portion, but some people that'll say, yeah, a lot of these cases, totally BS. And I think it really sets a tone. Just like if it was the other way around. If Trump is found not guilty, if Trump is found guilty in this case, I think people will automatically assume he's guilty in the other three as well. So we'll see how it plays out.
One more on this, since we're going down this path. Might as well do this now. Even MSNBC's Ari Melber said that Trump's legal team is quote landing blows on Michael Cohen's credibility in front of a jury.
Yep.
This is cut 12. Phil, go.
I think the punches are building cumulatively. I think Tuesday there were bruises, and today there's blood, to extend the metaphor.
Wow.
They're not done, and this is a back-and-forth process. I was listening to your reporting, following along like everyone. I'm going back in the courtroom next. I was just speaking to our colleague Lawrence O'Donnell, who spoke to MSNBC today as well. I think the collective view is these are moments the jury will remember, and they are instilling or adding possible doubts about Michael Cohen's long-term credibility. As I think everyone knows by now who's followed the trial, the question isn't has he changed his mind and retracted things. Both sides agree on that. That's not in doubt. The question is, does this guy still lie? And if he does still lie about anything, little, medium, or large, can you trust him? And the standard is not, okay, do we have to be convinced that he lies about everything? The standard for the jury, and why Blanche is making some progress, is by the end of this, does the jury have reasonable doubt about Cohen telling the truth on elements of the crime? The other stuff won't ultimately matter when they deliberate. It just accrues. But what we saw in that kind of dramatic back and forth as it's been described today, well, but you did lie, and have you lied, and why do you sound like this, and a podcast where you might sound allegedly unhinged, all of that accrues to whether jurors go back and say, I doubt whether he's telling the truth about an element of the crime. For example, Trump's criminal intent back in 2016. So I think they are landing blows, Andrea.
Did Ari Melber just imply that it's a bloodbath?
There's blood today.
It is
yesterday.
It is a
today.
Blanche bloodbath.
A Blanche bloodbath. I like that.
That should be the headline in the New York Post. They can compensate you for that.
So yeah, yesterday was not a good day.
No, it was
not. The prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
Not credible. And the weird thing is, they still have to prove, some kind of business corruption, and then morph that into some kind of a campaign violation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even understand how they get that criminal conviction in this.
Never say never, guys.
I know.
Come on, like you know better. Both of you know better. Never say never.
OJ was found not guilty.
Yep.
So they're back in court Tuesday, and so we could see this go to the jury by Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, definitely by week's end for sure. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up in just about 10 minutes. But let me first tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I don't think you can get more bang for your buck than Piazza Mazda, if I'm being completely honest. You might not be in the market for a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 luxury vehicle, but you need something 250,000, 300,000 miles, dependability, technology, and affordability. Piazza Mazda in Westchester. Check out the 2024 Mazda CX-30. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, which creates a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features, you've got young children, you want to make sure they're safe and secure. They've got the blind spot monitoring and lane keep assist LED, and you can add that to your 2024 CX-30 package because it is a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online. Shop them right now. Do it before the cut sheet. PiazzaMazda.com.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even help me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES CFO.com. BigLou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Indulge in an extraordinary dining experience at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse. For intimate dinner parties to corporate events, the chef-driven cuisine, impeccable wines, and exceptional hospitality give you an experience like no other. Call 215-246-0533.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 741. Happy Friday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet coming up in just about 3 minutes.
Looking back on it now, do you think that mustard clip sealed the deal for DeSantis?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's all your fault.
I think so.
As a dude, if you eat a hot dog in public, it could be career suicide. And especially if you decide to go with mustard. Which I'm a mustard guy.
People were going to vote for him, but then they just hear that.
You
mustard.
hear Nick going, mustard.
Mustard. Mustard.
Oh my gosh. It's a sin.
It really is. Another sin is what's going on. This is one of the wildest stories playing out in real time that I can ever recall. We'll only spend 2 minutes on it because it's not a sports show, but it's not even really a sports story. It's a law enforcement story, as the second golf major of the year is going on in Louisville, Kentucky at Valhalla Country Club, and the world's #1 player, Scotty Scheffler, has been arrested as he enters the property this morning for his second-round tee time. This is like major breaking news over all the sports channels. Apparently, Scotty Scheffler was pulling into the property at Valhalla, and there was like a deadly accident. There was police presence and ambulances, and I don't know if he was tired, if he hasn't had his coffee yet, and he tried to go into the gate. I'm just speculating here, to enter the property, and a police officer starts shouting obscenities at him. According to Jeff Darlington of ESPN and Kyle Porter of CBS, they just said that there was a chaotic scene and there was a confusing exchange as Scheffler tried to enter the property. Scheffler tried to continue driving into the golf course, and the officer started yelling obscenities at him. That's when Scheffler rolls his window down. The officer reaches into his vehicle and grabs him by the arm. And now there's all sorts of viral video footage of Scotty Scheffler in handcuffs, and he is going to jail.
What?
He's got a second-round tee time today. Scotty Scheffler is a lot like Harrison Butker. He's a Christian. I don't know if he's conservative. He's a very mild-mannered young guy. He's on top of the world right now. I think he probably just thought he could skirt around it or keep going. I mean, I've been in situations where, not intentionally, I was a little confused. I didn't know which way to go. And then, an officer will yell at you, hey, blah, 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 whatever. And now they've cuffed the guy, and they're taking him to the slammer. The poor guy might miss his tee time. And I've got him on my fantasy team this week, damn it.
So looks like his tee time is 8:48 a.m.
He's done.
This happened at about 5:40 a.m.
Yeah, he was probably getting there to warm up and go through his routine, and there was an accident, and they didn't give him any star treatment at all.
Wow. That's amazing.
But here's the thing. Like, ESPN is saying, that they aggressively, went after him and this and that and the other. You have a police scene that the two cars that they're showing the video look like, lights and sirens were on. Mm-hmm. I don't know that they were fully marked cars, but clearly the lights and sirens are flashing. It's an active scene.
Right.
And the road, they're trying to shut it down and doing whatever with traffic, and he disobeyed the police order.
Well, what's this now? Hold on. Al Sharpton and Ben Crump. Oh, never mind. Scotty Scheffler's white. We don't care.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if Scotty comes out and says, I'm LGBTQ+,
oh, man.
like our I-95 situation,
he's got
and he
a
says,
civil rights lawsuit done.
That's right.
Because I'm black, isn't it?
This is because I'm
black,
I'm
isn't it?
malnourished.
But the fact that he's a white dude in a white polo shirt named Scotty Scheffler, and he's a white guy, nobody's going to care about it.
Oh, Scotty.
Yeah.
But he defied a police order.
Oh, yeah,
They've got an active
law,
investigation.
Yes. Then he has got to go to jail.
Clearly, lights and sirens. I'm sorry, Scotty, but just you can't say, do you know who I am?
Yep.
But I love that you profiled it, Nick, and compare it to any of these other stories locally.
Yeah.
State trooper we reported this week lost his job over this.
Yep. You should just say his wife works in the mayor's office.
Yeah.
And he'd be like,
you know who I am?
Yeah, there you go. So, never a dull moment, folks.
Oh, man.
Never a dull moment. I just hope I get my fantasy points today if he plays. Anywho.
He probably has a really good attorney who's fighting right now to just pay like whatever he's got to pay and get him out of there.
He's probably going to get released ROR, and they're going to fly him in a chopper. He's just going to land on the first tee box.
Where is that championship?
What that?
time?
It's in Kentucky, Louisville.
So, oh man.
Robert Schwartz on the YouTube chat says, "Come on, Dawn. So you cuff him and take him to jail? The cop overreacted and acted like a thug."
The cop may have overreacted.
Scotty might have broken the law.
The truth is, I'm just saying, you don't know what was going on that active. It's an active scene with cop cars everywhere.
Yeah.
And they're redirecting traffic, whatever. And he blows off the cop and goes around the scene, around the cops, around all these cars.
Mm-hmm.
It's an active scene. You don't know. What if it's an armed and dangerous? You know what I mean? Like that's just it.
Right.
You don't have the right to say, "Oh no. Do you know who I am?"
Right, that officer
I
in that
have
moment,
something more important to do than your law enforcement activity.
Yeah, that officer probably had no idea if that was Greg Stocker or Scotty Scheffler. He's just following, what he's told to do, and maybe we only have 12 minutes or whatever it is since this story broke or whatever's been going on. We don't have all the details, but I'm not going to vilify the cop. I'm not going to defend Scotty Scheffler yet.
Salt Queen writes, conspiracy theory, maybe this cop had Rory on his fantasy team.
That's funny.
And Scotty Scheffler, by the way, his wife just gave birth last weekend, so it's been a hell. This will be a week Scotty Scheffler never forgets.
But that's a good one. You could, what? That's what is. There's the attorney in you, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, the 90-day law school student. Before I tapped out, I said, "The hell with this."
Why do you say you don't have to just delete that last part?
Yeah.
And you're the lawyer, and you go in and say, "Look, he's exhausted. He's been helping with the wife with the baby.
Yep.
He blurry-eyed. We apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Tea time in exactly 1 hour."
Yeah, that's right.
I need to get to my tea time.
That's right. Yep.
Well, to work. He could say he's got to get to work.
Yeah.
He'd lose a lot of money.
Yep.
He's got to support his family.
Scotty Scheffler, when he pulled it, what time did you say he pulled in at?
5:45, about 5:42 a.m. It was pitch dark.
Right.
But even though they're saying it's pitch dark, even more to the point of you got law enforcement vehicles all lit up.
Yep.
Cops out there, bright orange, first responders.
And we actually have audio tape of Scotty Scheffler, what he told the officer at 5:42.
We start at 6 a.m.
That's it. Maybe he was running a little late.
That's right. All right.
Yeah,
7:48.
Guys, we have a giant I told you so to get to right now.
Yes, we do.
What?
Let's do it.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Nick, Dawn, on this program, we're not always right. What's the slogan we do? Right 90% of the time, or 60% of the time, or mostly right?
Yes, I gotta find it for you.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. We don't need to
speak for yourself.
We don't need the. We don't need the drop.
60% of the time we're right. 90%. I forgot how it goes.
60% of the time.
I thought I was wrong.
60% of the time we're right. 50% of the time. But we have been on this COVID Wuhan gain of function research thing for 5 years now, 4 years, however long it's been.
Yes,
I can't keep track. Well, yesterday, after years of denials, the National Institutes of Health Principal Deputy Director Dr. Lawrence Tabak admitted to Congress that the U.S. taxpayer-funded gain of function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China in the months and years before the COVID-19 pandemic. In such research, viruses are manipulated to make them deadlier or easier to catch. Dr. Tabak, asked by Representative Debbie Lesko from Arizona to the Select Subcommittee of the Coronavirus Pandemic, did the NIH fund gain of research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology? This is cut 14, Phil. Go.
Dr. Tabak, did NIH fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology through EcoHealth?
It depends on your definition of gain-of-function research.
Here we go.
If you're speaking about the generic term,
yes,
Yes, we did. But this is research, the generic term is research that goes on in many, many labs around the country. It is not regulated, and the reason it's not regulated is it poses no threat or harm to anybody.
When I think of this whole thing, there's two viewpoints.
Yeah.
There's the Fauci mainstream media. You just accept what he says because he is science. And then there's Dr. Robert Redfield, who doesn't really subscribe to the gain of function research at the level that Fauci and his cronies subscribe to. And he had said multiple times how dangerous this really can be. If you're Rand Paul today, you were pouring a nice bourbon and you were saying, I need to grill Tony Fauci again. So when all the people that tweet Fauci should be in jail, it's not an overreaction. Like this deny. And then, oh, by the way, 4 years later, now that you're distracted and focused on something else and you're outraged about something else as an American, we will say, well, generally speaking, yes, we did. These people initiated and unleashed a pandemic on the world, not even the American population, the global population. And there needs to be people that are held accountable. And I'm not talking about these song and dance congressional things where, whether it's Rand Paul or Jim Jordan or Marjorie Taylor or anybody else that always is in the headlines. I want real action. Some people need to be put in the joint for this, because this was not a jumping from a bat or what was that other animal? It was a
pangolin.
A pangolin.
Yep.
It's so obvious that this was from a lab leak.
Or what's the other one? A dog raccoon or a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of all these people.
Raccoon dog, aioli. Yeah, Zioli had tweeted that out. He put, I thought it was an undercooked bat burger with a side of pangolin fries and a raccoon dog aioli.
Yeah, baby.
It's the thing about it is, if you listen to this station, none of us believed that this was true. But now there it is. It's the naked truth. It's out there.
Well, it depends on what the definition. It depends on what the definition of is.
Right.
Right. God. Sorry.
Where are the criminal charges? They're so interested in persecuting Trump right now.
Yep.
When there's really who's the victim in all of this, and here you have this situation, the nation, the mental health crisis with kids blocked out of school, years lost of education, on and on, businesses lost, suicides, lives lost. We could go on and on. There should be multiple criminal charges at the highest levels looking at this. And where is that? Where is that committee?
And the redistribution of wealth, the further crippling of the middle class, because I truly believe that the elites, what they want is you either be in the 1% or you're poor. They don't want a middle class. And you look at all the people that profited during the pandemic and look at where we are still to this day. And COVID's not an excuse, but like I sit here and I wonder, is gas ever going to be $2.49 a gallon again? Is the cost of groceries ever going to be what they used to be 4 years ago? Like, we're still dealing with this because I think it's all part of a big reset, and it's infuriating. Absolutely disgusting.
And we the people of this great republic, we were damaged by their illegal criminal actions. Where is the accountability? Where is the trial? Where is the like a J6? Where's Liz Cheney?
Never allow and never again to have a governmental employee. Like, the federal government is the biggest organization in the United States. I think there's well over 10,000 employees. Never allow the government to tell you that your small business is not essential. That's the biggest slap of everything that happened. And you could probably rank them and, obviously loss of life, losing a loved one, whatever, I get it. But for the government to sit there and say, Bob's Sandwich Shop is not essential, but Target is, okay.
If I'm one of the family members of one of the millions of people that died from COVID, I am, I smell lawsuit here. Honest to God. Honest to God.
But it's just, you look at, big pharma, and they're so protected and insulated. It's just like, you can pound, you can keep chopping away, but.
But who came up with think of all of it, shutting down the schools, the big dots on the floor. Remember that in the store?
I still see them. I still see them in
distance.
Walgreens. They're still there. Nobody peeled them off yet.
Stupid.
I might go in there one day and go into CVS, but you guys still have those dots on the floor? Can I peel them off?
Shut down churches and synagogues, places of worship. Shut down doctor's appointments.
You spoke, Nick Kayal, about Dr. Redfield. He was on with Chris Cuomo last night because Cuomo is, to his credit, I guess. Can I say that?
If you want the YouTube chat to come after you, go right ahead.
He's on this. We talked about that New York Times story a couple weeks ago about how they were like, looking back on it now, maybe some people did die of the COVID vaccine, or maybe there were some health complications from the COVID vaccine. Oops, our bad. So Chris Cuomo, who apparently is suffering from some sort of, I don't know if it's long COVID or if it's side effects from the vaccine.
I think that's the way he described it.
He had it pretty early on, if you guys remember. He was one of the first that did the show from like his basement in the Hamptons, and he had it in like the early stages of it. But he had Dr. Redfield on to discuss this. This is Cut 24. Phil, go.
I mean, the question is that what could we be doing about it? And do you believe that we should have a review commission a la the 9/11 Commission, not sitting congressional members, who take a look at all the decisions made during the pandemic for both administrations to see what was right, what was wrong, and what needs to be different?
You know, Chris, I think it would be useful. And the reason I say that is there's been so much credibility lost in the public science groups, NIH, FDA, CDC, because I think there was a lack of really just transparency. One of the things I used to tell my colleagues, don't be afraid to say you don't know the answer. And all too often people would make up the answer. And as you know, those of us that tried to suggest there may be significant side effects from vaccines, we kind of like with the rest of your show that you had early on, we kind of got canceled because no one wanted to talk about the potential that there was a problem from the vaccines because they were afraid that that would cause people not to want to get vaccinated. The reality is, I was part of Warp Speed. These are important vaccines. We saved a lot of lives. They're important for the most vulnerable people, those over 65 years of age. They really aren't that critical for those that are under 50 or younger. But those vaccines saved a lot of lives, but they're also, we have to be honest, some people got significant side effects from the vaccine. I have a number of people that are quite ill, and they never had COVID, but they are ill from the vaccine, and we just have to acknowledge that.
You know, it's always fascinating when enough time goes by and we have enough time lapses and all of a sudden the mainstream media, they all kind of jump on the, oh, it's okay to now share the truth, like Chris Cuomo is saying. It's now okay to question the authorities and Big Pharma and the federal government. But to my knowledge, even though Cuomo is kind of doing, I'm not going to call it a 360, he's doing like a 180 here, he still hasn't apologized for all the people that he ridiculed. That's what I want to hear. I was wrong. You were right. And even if it's not that you were right, it's, you know what? It's your life. It's your choice. I'm not going to belittle you because you as a grown adult made a decision not to get something.
Well, let me just, that's a very good point you just had, Nikhil. We played this earlier. I don't know if we played this when you were gone or not, but this is a little montage of Chris Cuomo discussing, basically saying that, the unvaxxed should be put in death camps or something. Here you go.
Be nice to the unvaccinated. Don't shame them. Let them learn enough. This country is about the vaccinated and those who choose to put them at risk. The vaccinated are this country. They've all done the right thing. So how long must the majority wait for the stubborn, waiting on people who insist on making themselves and others sick? And there is no valor in being unvaccinated. Not getting vaccinated is what is unfair. This is on you. That it's good that you're not taking it to thwart the government trying to have a hand in your life. How much more are the vaccinated going to take from the vacuous as if it was some misplaced righteous cause? It's freedom. It's freedom not to take the vaccine. Because it's not about reason. It's about animus. It's about resentment. I mean, honestly, you sound like an idiot, so there's not much to say. But, Tony, good luck with it. See you.
And so do you.
Yeah, only for having you on the show. That was my only mistake. Look, it's just stupid I'm pro-freedom. I hate that he's Italian-American, by the way, because it plays into his stereotype. This suggestion that somehow there is a strength in the resistance to the science, to the mandate, stupid, ethnic, stereotype, masculine, moronic thing to be. Because, look, I don't think it's a coincidence that some of those who are soft-selling the vaccine are also among those ignoring January 6th or trying to minimize it, have decided to be free to get sick. Because the idea that it's just about choice and volition, this isn't making you get a tattoo. If the freedom's so important, I'm free to be stupid. Byron Donald's not going to take it because he doesn't care what Biden wants.
If there are Americans like myself who choose not to, please don't berate me for doing that. That is a personal choice I have made. My own health care. I am allowed to do that.
Here's the thing, Byron. Do you have the right? Of course, nobody's debating that except you guys as a false choice. What I'm saying is it right? That is being dumb as a proxy for being bold.
Wow.
That's just a little taste of it.
That's just a little bit. Imagine how it would have sounded like for 2 straight years of listening to that guy. I'll never forget. It was late 2020, early 2021. And my mother-in-law, she watches CNN and she's watching Cuomo, and I'm like, this guy's a total fraud, total skunk. I don't believe a word he says. She's like, oh, okay, Trumper, blah, blah, blah. And when he got fired and the whole thing came out with him and his brother, I was like, didn't I tell you that guy was not to be trusted? Uh-huh. You might want to start listening to me, Judy. Come on. Give me my, I want an apology. I want an apology right now. I will say this, though. There was nothing that bothered me more of all those people on CNN with all these absurd comments. I will never forget Leanna Wen saying the unvaccinated should be forced to stay in their home. Yeah. That is from a medical practitioner, supposedly of credibility. And she's like, you shouldn't be able to leave your house. How dare you say that? Go away.
But think about all of this as we zoom out and then look to the past of what we've been through, and think about how terrified they must be to imagine that Donald J. Trump wins November 5th and launches a major investigation into this.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know the truth.
Yep.
And we get down to every detail, every email, who was involved, who's at fault.
Mm-hmm.
They must be terrified.
Oh, absolutely. And if he does win, they should be counting their lucky stars that he only has 1 term and not 2. Because as he said, his revenge will be success, and he's not going to have time to go on a redemption revenge tour because there's a lot to fix. And, he's hell-bent on the things that ultimately matter for every American, the economy, the border, global peace, wars, things like that.
I mean, all he has to do is just talk about it, talk about the truth and demand the transparency, and let these committees with their subpoena power,
right,
if Republicans win, then let them find the truth.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Fireworks on in a hearing last night. I don't know if you guys saw this. Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Marjorie Taylor Greene had a heated exchange Thursday evening during what was supposed to be a contempt hearing for Attorney General Merrick Garland. The House Oversight Committee had originally been convened to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt for refusing to comply with a subpoena to hand over an audio recording of President Biden's interview with a special counsel. Actually, that's where I want to start first.
Okay.
Because that kind of dovetails into what was happening in this hearing yesterday. They decided that the her recordings from Biden were not. I guess we as the public don't deserve to hear them.
We will not have a releasing of the tapes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just give me 1 second here.
Because here, the reason, and again, the report was damning enough, but the audio would, and if there's video to it, would only go to show you how out of it this guy. They don't want you to see Joe behind the scenes. Because unlike what they say, Joe's full of energy and we got to be on our A game when we sit down with the president, he's completely out on his feet.
This is A.G. Garland. This is cut 17, Phil. This is A.G. Garland on the DOJ's refusal to hand over the audio of Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. In this clip, he says, "We have gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure the committees get responses to their legitimate questions, but this is not one." Cut 17, Phil, go.
is a fundamental institution of our democracy. People depend on us to ensure that our investigations and our prosecutions are conducted according to the facts and the law and without political influence. We have gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure that the committees get responses to their legitimate requests. But this is not one. To the contrary, this is one that would harm our ability in the future to successfully pursue sensitive investigations. Now, there have been a series of unprecedented and frankly unfounded attacks on the Justice Department. This request, this effort to use contempt as a method of obtaining our sensitive law enforcement files is just the most recent. The effort to threaten to defund our investigations and the way in which there are contributions to an atmosphere that puts our agents and our prosecutors at risk, these are wrong. Look, the only thing I can do is continue to do the right thing. I will protect this building and its people.
Everything that man just said is complete and utter nonsense. The nerve of that guy to talk about democracy and political prosecutions as if there's not a guy right now that's dealing with 4 court cases and 91 charges. I would just simply ask you, what are you so afraid of to reveal the tapes?
Well, that's the thing.
You know, you're obviously not scared to have Joe on a debate stage. You just committed to 2 debates, so you're at least presenting and advertising to the public that, hey, Joe's still with it. We have nothing to hide from and nothing to run away from. Release the tapes.
We will get to the.
It must be bad.
It's really bad, Dawn.
Yeah, exactly. Why else wouldn't they release them?
Remember, I'm paraphrasing. I'm just ballparking, but remember he said that he didn't remember what year he was vice president.
Yeah,
there's something that, and he was just like, honestly, he has no clue what's going on right now.
I'm going to get to the committee hearing in just one second, but this is all kind of lead up to what happened last night. KJP was asked about this on the in the press briefing last night. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
But does the White House feel that the recording, the audio, could be politically harmful, since that point was also raised in the letter?
So I don't want to dive into the specific point that you're making about the politics. I would have to refer you to our counsel's office on that. Yeah. But there were determination that the president took very seriously on behalf of obviously at the request of the Attorney General, and that's how this decision was made.
She can never get into specifics.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
It's because they don't give her specifics. She's just up there as a puppet and a stooge. I mean, it really is embarrassing, because the other thing that is so remarkable when you look at the compare and contrast of Biden versus Trump, they want to insulate Joe Biden. They don't want to give you anything. They want to script everything. Everything has to be supplied in advance so they can craft a statement. Yet you look at Donald Trump and everything is off the cuff. Everything is top of mind. Everything just spews out of his mouth, for better or for worse. And there's plenty of times where Trump says things where you're like, I love the honesty, it's hilarious, but there's times where it backfires on him. That's the stark difference between these two. One is completely scripted and protected. The other dude just shoots from the hip.
So moving on to cut 21 here, Phil, where I actually started. They had a hearing last night, the House Oversight Committee. They convened to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt for refusing to comply with a subpoena to hand over an audio recording of President Biden's interview with special counsel. The hearing quickly spiraled out of control, with lawmakers bickering with one another. Less than an hour after the hearing was underway, it started with Representative Jasmine Crockett of Texas and Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is how it started last night. Cut 21. Phil, go.
You just voted to do
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at, calm down. Calm down.
No, because this is what y'all do. So I'm trying to get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not recognized. Miss Crockett.
I can't hear you with your yelling.
You don't want
calm
me to
down.
No,
please calm
don't
down.
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all talk noise, and then
You're out of control.
Because if I
Chairman,
come
can we
and
send
talk
out
shit about her,
No.
Whoa.
Chair. Okay. Order. Chair now recognizes.
A bunch of clowns. Honestly, every single one of them. They're clowns.
4 minutes. Let Ms. Green talk, and then you all can. I'll recognize.
But I move to strike her words for a second time based on her second set of personal remarks attacking another member.
Who? Chairman Comer.
Because you all cannot
I have an
seem
amendment at
to
the desk,
apply
and this
the rules
sideshow
of the
needs to
committee.
stop.
We have to do this every time.
Hey, I'm recognized. I'm recognized. I'm going to go ahead and start talking.
Look, I know. Look,
Professional wrestling.
Yes.
Is what this
I
is.
have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf. I'm not understanding.
This guy.
Everybody's yelling. I'm doing the best I can.
Another do nothing.
Can we not recognize Ms. Green and let
Okay. So that's how it started.
Harrison Bucker just weighed in. He says he loves it. He loves a good cat fight.
Well, apparently it started because somebody talked about somebody else's fake eyelashes, and
oh my god,
I don't know. Like it's so.
Who elects these people?
I know. This is like Comer looked like, I don't know, a bad version of Father Knows Best, and teenage daughter like, oh my god, and she was in the bathroom for an hour. Blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what they said. They said nothing.
Yep.
People be professional. These are lawmakers.
Yep.
Did she say talking S?
Yep.
Unprofessional. Ridiculous.
Crockett's from Texas. I got to look that up. Is she a squad dem? I got to take a look. I don't know if she's a part of the squad or if she's in the honorary club.
All I heard was, you know, it's just like terrible.
Then intelligence was brought up. This is cut 22, Phil. This is a little bit more of this sideshow circus last night. Cut 22, go.
recognizes Ms. Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. 4 minutes. Let Ms. Green talk, and then you all can. I'll recognize.
But I move to strike her words for a second time based on her second set of personal remarks attacking another member.
And her eyelashes.
Who? Chairman Comer.
Because you all cannot
I have an
seem
amendment at
to
the desk,
apply
and this
the rules
sideshow
of the
needs to
committee.
stop.
We have to do this every
Dad,
time.
check my
I'm
hairbrush.
recognized. I'm
Yeah,
recognized.
That's exactly what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
Look, I know. Look, I don't know if you've noticed it. I have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf. I'm not understanding. Everybody's yelling. I'm doing the best I can. Can we not recognize Ms. Green and let
We
her
cannot
get?
Where's
because
my
of the rules
flask?
of the committee, Mr. Chair. That is what I'm trying to communicate in the present moment.
We have a Okay, what's the motion? What's
The motion is to strike the gentlelady's words for the second set of remarks, not the first, the second.
She
That
has no
apply to
pull out
me.
her hair
idea.
extension.
She has no idea. I think, Mr. Chairman, I'm the only one recognized right now.
We objected at the time.
Will the member state the word she wishes
Yes.
struck?
She told me, or she asserted that I was not intelligent.
Well, you're
These are
not.
the specific words. We can have it read by the clerk.
It was made immediately.
And it was made immediately. I am not moving now.
I don't think it was
I am not
timely.
moving
It was
now.
made immediately,
It
both
was
by the
made
gentlelady and by me.
Mr.
Guys,
Chair,
look.
it was made immediately.
It was made
and you
immediately,
said
both
that
by
you
the
would
gentlelady and
return
by
Can
to
you
us.
imagine? Like these are the
Because you
people
don't
that
have any
represent us.
intelligence.
They're
Ridiculous.
arguing,
Yep. Wasting our time
just
and our
completely
money.
wasting our time.
By the way, Jasmine Crockett received $1 million from Sam Bankman-Fried's Super PAC, Protect Our Future.
So what they were discussing was Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC went back and forth with one another. This is cut 23. Go.
Okay. Ms. Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
needs to
recognizes
apologize. No, She needs
Perry.
to
Okay,
apologize.
hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Green
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
It's going
Why
on
don't
like
you
9 o'clock at
debate
night.
me?
Mr. Chairman, the
it's
minority.
pretty
Chair
self-evident.
You're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to strike
The
those
lady's
as well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they
This is
can't
like
take
the-
the
There's
word.
another
This is like the
motion
Mean
to
Girls
strike her words
Club.
again.
Yeah.
Right,
Get
okay,
your members under
here's the
control.
correct part. Ms. Green, do you ask unanimous? Do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll
All
strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Shut up! God!
Stay out of your sister's closet.
Oh my Lord!
Quit wearing
Who
her
cares?
shoes.
Nobody cares. Just a bunch of
Dad.
dummies.
This is why I will never be around a bunch of dance moms at my daughter's competition. That's why I stay out of it.
What a
They give women and women who work together a bad name. These- All of them.
Yep.
It's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. How about Marjorie Taylor Greene with "You're not intelligent"? I'll tell you what, that is a debate that would be the most glorious train wreck in the history of debates if you had Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC in front of a podium just bickering for 90 minutes. Heads would explode, the internet would break, and I'd end up deaf like James Comer.
But show some decorum.
I know. These are just, these are our, this is the best America can find. Party politics aside, Democrat, Republican, with these sideshow circuses, this is, in a nation of 340 million people, this is what we get.
We elect them, guys. We elect these people.
Elections, elections have consequences, but when you see clips like that and you meet somebody that says, "Oh, I don't vote. I can't stand anybody," can you blame them?
The problem is my brother John is going to call me and say, "See, this right here illustrates why 1920 was a bad year for America when women got the right. We have women lawmakers making an embarrassment, and not that it's a woman thing, but they're just unprofessional. Yeah, well, and they need to have some
There's
decorum.
lots of men that make a total buffoon out of themselves in these settings as well.
Do we have that audio?
I'm sure we've played it in the past.
I don't know.
Maybe not to that level, but it's gotten contentious for men as well.
Yeah.
Remember, it was Crenshaw and who's the guy from Oklahoma where they were getting ready to throw down?
Comer would like to take both of them over his knee and give them a good spanking.
I'm gonna give you girls a good whooping. Oh my gosh! You want to pound it 10, and then do like a dry rub.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's do something we all agree on.
Today's Friday.
We have a queer planet.
Say that again.
We have a queer planet.
We have a queer planet.
According to a new NBC documentary, we have a queer planet. Because did you guys know? I can't you know this is an actual NBC documentary. The animal kingdom is more LGBTQI tolerant than
So the animals are more respectful of preferred pronouns.
Apparently,
it's a Peacock original. I'm looking.
Apparently, there's queer penguins and all kinds of stuff. And
I once met a trans barracuda. It was one of the most confused animals I've ever seen.
Trans barracuda is funny.
He didn't know if he wanted to keep his sharp teeth or get rid of them.
That was, by the way, your Heart cover band in high school, Trans Barracuda. If you know, you know. This is cut. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
The paparazzi really are everywhere.
Everything you were taught as a kid is wrong.
You make me wanna dance. Gay penguins, bisexual lions, sex-changing clownfish.
This is a queer planet.
Queerness has always existed. It's only in humans that we have such a stigma about it.
Oh, yes.
The idea of just having two fixed sexes is clearly out of style.
Mother Nature is pretty open-minded. Sex is not just for reproduction.
It's clear that no matter where you look on our planet, nature is full of queer surprises.
To be honest, we should all probably get laid a little more than we do.
Wow.
Amen to that.
It's a Peacock original. It's going to debut June 6th in case anybody wants to see Queer Planet.
Two things.
June 6th is June Pride Month by chance?
Yes. Yeah, and NBC will make sure they let you know that every single day. Two things. Number one, this is further proof that dogs are greater than human beings. And number two, if the stuff in the Book of Revelations is real, if this is the end, it can't come soon enough. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to check out. I don't know that my life will get better in the next 30 to 40 years or the next 22 because I'll probably be dead at 62.
Definitely.
So if this is it for me, I'm ready to tap out. It's been real. I've checked off a lot of bucket list goals in my life. It's it. I can't do it anymore. What do they call it? Was it a trans clownfish?
Sex-changing clownfishes. There are bisexual lions.
Yeah.
Did you know that lions are bisexual?
No, they're not.
Queer penguins. I'm sorry, Dawn.
Yeah.
No, the truth is with the lions, let's say male dominance or certain chimpanzee, it's a show of dominance. The reason they're doing that, even dogs do it, Like Buddy used to.
Yeah. Hump things. Yeah.
He used to, Shady,
Sure.
next door neighbor dog would come over, and Buddy would, Shady, I'm
It's
dominant.
dominance. You're
Get him
100%
behind him and hump him, and be like, Buddy.
Did Buddy used to pound the pillows?
So maybe, no, he pounded Shady.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I'm a trans dog.
All of my dogs in my life have always been pillow humpers.
Can you imagine?
But it's a show of dominance.
Yeah.
Animals are about survival.
What executive looked at this and be like, this is a hit. Let's put this on our NBC streaming platform.
Somebody that works at NBC that has their email signature that starts with he/him. That's who came up with this idea. Yeah, it's a remark. You know what's going to happen? Because this is going to keep getting out of control.
Yeah.
You're going to get to a point where we're going to see these bizarre stories of pet owners that believe that their dogs are trapped in the wrong gender.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to see people taking their dogs to vets performing gender transition surgeries on a golden retriever.
Chris Eppolito on the YouTube chat wants to know, what's the penalty of trying to get fancy with a lion who's not all about that?
Get your head bit off.
Yeah, the death penalty.
Yeah.
By the bigger, stronger lion.
Well, by the way, nothing better than back in the day when I had my first lab. I had a yellow lab.
I didn't know where you were going to go with that for a moment.
I didn't know either.
I thought it was like a college story or something. I was like, whoa.
It's like 2009 or 2010. We just got the dog, and I think it was actually after we got him neutered. And Chris and I walk in from the grocery store. We're putting the groceries down, and we just look over on the couch, and our lab is just obliterating a pillow.
Yeah.
I mean, and then he looks at us like we're the ones in the wrong.
Oh.
Yeah.
Give me a
like,
break.
like, give that pillow some air, pal. I'm like, you see that, Kristen? He learned well.
If that pillow could smile. All right, I teased this for 7:45, so it's about time to pay it off.
Well, we're staying on brand.
45 minutes later. So, yes, Nick Kayal, you said earlier this morning that there's going to be a vice presidential debate on CBS.
The Veep debate.
Kamala Harris on one side, who will be the Republican vice president. Doug Burgum has been the guy that everybody's been talking about this week. But if you want to go to cut 20 here, Phil, there was another person who dropped a hit last night on the Eric Bowling show on Newsmax. That would be Senator Tim Scott.
Oh.
He said this to Eric yesterday when he was teasing him about being at the vice presidential debate. This is cut 20, Phil. Go.
Debate in July. If you're the guy moderating, maybe I'll be talking to you. We'll see what happens. But, you and I both will agree that America is the greatest country because anyone from anywhere can rise to the place of having this conversation. And I thank God that we, the United States of America, we will continue to be the greatest land on the planet, but we need a new president, and that's Donald Trump.
And a new vice president, and is it you?
Yes.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, stay tuned, as they say. Senator Tim Scott, really good having you. Thank you.
There you go.
I like Tim Scott. You know that. I've said it many times. I would take him as my Veep over Doug Burgum. I like Byron Donalds more than Tim Scott. I like J.D. Vance a little bit more, but I think Tim Scott's probably got to be in the top 3 on the short list if you're Trump. But I would say this, no matter who you are, Tim Scott, Doug Burgum, Elise Stefanik, anybody that has ever been uttered for this role, they are all salivating over the possibility to debate Kamala Harris. I honestly think we could trot out Dorenzo and Phil right now, and they would obliterate Kamala Harris in a debate. So, look, I think he's pandering. He's advertising. I don't necessarily think he's the top guy for Trump, but
you don't?
No, but I think he's gonna be he will have a position for sure. I think you can take that to the bank.
Yeah,
he's a little low energy, but I would put him
in top 5.
Yes, absolutely.
I would not if people I want to see. I'm just saying that I would put him in top 5 as I think it's DeSantis. I think it's Tulsi Gabbard. I think Tim Scott.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Burgum.
Tim Scott or Vivek. If those are the only two choices, I know, but let's just say if those are the only two choices on earth. Tim Scott or Vivek. I think most people will go Vivek.
Yeah.
By the way, the Veep debates will be on CBS. According to Axios, the VP debate invitation comes after both President Biden and Trump have agreed for June 27th and September 10th, and the campaign accepted the invitation to participate in an in-studio VP debate will be either July 23rd or August 13th. Translation, vacation time, nobody in America will care.
By the way, I'm getting a lot of, by the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm getting a lot of people commenting on the fact that there are ads running on YouTube while we're in mid-sentence.
Are we getting compensated for that as a station?
I don't
as
know.
A show?
I boys in the back, if you can look into that, I'd appreciate it. I don't know why that would be happening. I know when you start the YouTube, if you're not like a premium member for YouTube, when you start it, the ads run, and then, you know, after 30 seconds or whatever, you can skip it. But I didn't know that it was happening mid-show.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Interesting. I don't like that.
Yeah. How dare them try to monetize their
company. They said they're YouTube ads. That still shouldn't be, guys. You know what I mean? Like, it still shouldn't be.
So there should never be an ad that pops up in a live stream of a YouTube?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I've gone back and watched our YouTube feed, and I actually never come across an ad.
youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to comment there, let me know if that's happening to you. Also, please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. Maybe it's because you're watching it and you're not subscribed. How about that?
Oh, okay. Well, then hit the subscribe button.
Maybe it's popular, and depending on the popularity, they run the ads.
By the way, Anthony, well, that's the other thing. Is the last 2 weeks, our YouTube streaming numbers have like tripled. So yeah, it could be now that it's, you know, we're hitting a certain number of people watching, that's when they flood it with ads. By the way, Anthony, Phil, if one of you guys can text me and let me know the percentage of people that are watching that are not subscribed, because I'm going to yell at those people.
No, they're saying. No, they're saying they're subscribed. They're saying Chris just said it. Robert, Chris, they're all subscribed. They're saying that they're during your cut sheet.
Maybe during the cut sheet.
That's a sin.
How can we go on 1210 radio without taking a commercial, but YouTube has to take a commercial?
I know. Cut sheet's supposed to be an hour of commercial-free content.
I've noticed that that like just like mid-sentence the viewer numbers go down. And I'm like, what was it? Something I said? And then they go right back up. It must be the people who get the ads. They're trying to click out and click back in.
Okay.
Let me know if it's happening to you.
Yeah.
And Anthony, Phil, please get me that information, please. The protests are still going on college campuses. We haven't heard about them as much. But this is the University of California in Irvine. A professor was arrested. And if you guys want to know where a lot of these kids, these students, are getting their warped ideas from, maybe it's because there's people like this teaching them. This is cut 19, Phil. Go.
Thousands of students could have been able to go to school and have books and have housing, but instead, our chancellor, who is a very cruel man, decided to send thousands of dollars worth of state funding paid for by the taxpayers into the trash. Are you concerned about this jeopardizing your job? For real? What job do I have if the students don't have a future?
I know what mental illness looks like.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is she a student?
No, that's a professor.
That's a professor.
That's a professor?
Yes.
Oh yeah, UC Irvine.
That's what I'm saying. This is where people are getting their thoughts and ideas from, because they have people who sound like they are possessed by Lucifer.
Yes.
Thousands of students
Oh my goodness.
able to go to school.
I need that on my board.
And have housing. But instead, our chancellor,
the chancellor,
a very cruel man.
So I sound when a kicker misses a field goal. What do you think the odds are in the next 2 weeks we find out that she's a plagiarist as well? Take that one to the bank.
She does sound possessed.
Oh my God.
Thousands of dollars worth of state funding paid for by the taxpayers into the trash. Are you concerned about this jeopardizing your job? For real? What job do I have if the students don't have a future?
Jennifer Lewis, your thoughts?
I know what mental illness looks like.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Chris Donahue wrote, Obama phone lady is back. That's a sin.
Man.
Wow. Well, she's going to need a throat lozenge after that shouting fest.
Jeez. She was not happy, guys.
Wow.
Not happy at all.
Too bad she doesn't do 6 hours of radio a day. She wouldn't make it to noon like Dawn does. Yelling like that.
So our Veep, this is cut 4, Phil. Our Veep did an economic opportunity for all conference yesterday for freedom to thrive.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Should be enlightening.
And she actually said, you know, the student loan forgiveness plan.
Yeah, the Biden bailout.
They actually had a much more ambitious plan on student loan debt. But she claims there were forces working against that.
Forces.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
The other thing I just don't want to overlook is the student loan debt piece. And also, DL, you know, we've talked about this. The things that we have achieved have not been without great opposition.
Right.
Right? So student loan debt, you all may remember, we actually had a much more ambitious plan, but there were forces working against that.
Sure.
So then the president said, well, I'm going to go and do it on my own to the extent I can without Congress or without the courts supporting this. And so we have now forgiven over $150 billion of student loan debt for over 4 million Americans.
Yeah, the forces being the Supreme Court of the United States that said you don't have the authority, Joe Biden, to do this. Nancy Pelosi has said Joe Biden doesn't have the power to do this, but Joe Biden just does whatever he wants. See the backdrop of that, by the way? Economic opportunity for all. Yep. Imagine saying you're about economic opportunity for all when you look at the cost of living these days. I mean, that's the biggest slap in the face of all.
Well, maybe it's because they're dropping, as she says, quote, trillions of dollars on the streets of America right now. Like they're making it rain with our taxpayer money.
Yeah, like we're at the strip club. Make it rain, baby.
By the way, can I just say one thing? Does anybody know how much money, like $1 trillion is?
How many zeros is that?
We throw that number around like it's nothing. Like it's like 10 trillion here, 5 trillion there, the $2 billion for Ukraine here, $2 billion there.
Yeah.
Like, does anybody understand how much money that actually is?
I know. And does anybody realize the more the government spends, that explains inflation, and that explains why we're in this situation we're in?
Like, I'm no math guy, but $1 trillion is probably a lot of money.
It is.
You look at that national debt clock.
Yeah.
And we're at, what, 34.5 trillion? Tick tock, tick tock. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so this is them dropping trillions of dollars on the streets of America. Cut 5, Phil, go.
And I was sharing with Mr. Phelps that we, the president and I, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, we are dropping trillions of dollars on the streets of America right now to build back up our roads and our bridges, our sidewalks, to invest in a clean energy economy, to deal with the climate crisis in a way that is about building up adaptation and resilience. Well, a business like Mr. Phelps's business is going to make what we plan to do out of Washington, D.C. real on the streets of America. And
there you go.
We're dropping trillions on the street.
Making it rain, baby.
Making it rain, baby. And oh, by the way, all these COVID funds that have just vanished and is gone unaccounted. What's the number? I think it's $33 million unaccounted for. You talk about financial irresponsibility. This administration just burning through cash, literally and figuratively.
One more, and I want everybody to remember what got us into the housing crisis in 2007 when everybody was getting loans and mortgages when they couldn't afford these giant houses. It was these governmental spending practices that got them there. Well, Kamala Harris, this is cut 11, Phil. She's calling for $25,000 down payment grants for first-time home buyers for families that don't own homes. What could possibly go wrong here?
Okay.
Cut 11, go.
So a lot of federal contracts go to small businesses. But what we know is often who even has the information about how to apply for a federal contract is a matter of who you know. Not necessarily the skill of your work, how well you do your work. Certainly, has nothing to do with anything other than often just a lack of information and access to those relationships. So from day one, when the president and I came in, we said we are going to increase by 50% federal contracts going to minority-owned businesses. And we are on track to get that done by the end of next year.
Look at the sign guy.
And I mention that to say that the work that we have been doing is about creating incentives for folks to apply, but also holding the federal government to account for measuring how we are doing this work and being intentional about it. And I think that's so very important. And that's where, look, who's in the position of power matters. Because, one, if you don't even have any level of awareness or interest in these disparities, you're not going to get anything done on them. And then when you become aware, if you actually intend to get something done, you have to hold yourself and the system to account. And I will say that is part of the method of our approach to a lot of this work. Our work includes, for example, like let's have metrics. Let's say, for example, we know the history of black homeownership. We know the history of bias and laws that prevented equal access to that opportunity. We have now proposed that if you are the child of parents who, or you were raised in a family where the folks who raised you were not homeowners, when you want to go buy a home, you will be entitled to a $25,000 grant toward down payment for a home.
This is officially the freebie administration.
Yeah.
Think about this. If you're a migrant, you come into the country, you go to New York, you get a preloaded debit card. If you're a college student, you get your student loans paid off because college is a facade. And now you'll get $25,000 for a down payment on a home. Of course, a home that was once $350,000 is now $575,000, and that down payment won't go too far. But let's just give everybody everything. It's free grocery bills, free cocktails. Let's just everything be free in this lifetime.
We're setting up another housing crisis.
Of course
because
we
when
are.
you give people these incentives to buy, and look, I'm not like everybody doesn't need to be a homeowner.
Right.
There's that's not this idea that everybody needs to own a home is just is nonsense. So we can't, if we make it more affordable for people to have homes, what happens then when they can't make the payments?
Right. That's right. Yeah, because you probably can afford a $2,400 a month mortgage, and now you have a $3,200 a month mortgage, and you're either going to be a prisoner in your own home because you can't afford to go do anything, or you're going to fall behind, and then ultimately there's going to be a short sale, and you're going to be upside down. Good luck with that.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous, and it's just we're trying to buy votes.
Yeah, that, and it's
bingo,
and you're seeing an artificial economy.
Yeah.
So.
It's just Obama's distribution of the wealth. It's back to Joe the plumber. That's all this is. They're taking our hard-earned money and the workers of America's money, your tax dollars, and redistributing it to others, whether it's student loan debt, whether it's this situation where you want to give people 25 G's to buy a house. That's all this is.
Well, you can't, you can give these people these incentives for a down payment on a house. That doesn't negate the fact that the average home now is $500,000.
Yeah, it's absurd.
So, are homes too expensive now? Yes. So then why are we giving people an incentive to buy a house that they probably can't afford?
Mm-hmm. I agree. And, by the way, that $25,000 doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to end up with a mortgage. You got to have a certain credit score, your income to debt ratio. And why does somebody else have to pay for your ability to say that you own a home? I get it. The housing market, if you're a buyer, certainly sucks right now.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you can't afford to buy a home, well, then get a second job. Like, it's a BS system. I agree that the whole thing's overinflated right now. But you know what? If you can't afford something in this lifetime, work harder. Get a second job. As sad as that might be, you're an adult. Sometimes if you want to get something, you have to go a little further and work a little harder. I'm tired of all these handouts. Just rent an apartment and be quiet. And stay off of TikTok.
All right.
Have we saved America yet?
Not yet.
All right. Well, we have till 10 o'clock.
It's 8:40. If we don't do it by 10, Dawn will do it by noon.
Right.
And if Dawn doesn't do it by noon, Dawn will do it at noon.
And then Dawn will mow the lawn at 3. 855-839-1210.
You want to talk about GregStockerSucks.com?
I do. I believe yesterday we eclipsed $3,700 in day number 1.
But can we get to 4,000, please?
Why not? Got an hour and 20 minutes. It's just a $200 and some odd donation away.
$3,705 right now for Team Kayal and Company.
We need $295.
Can somebody step up right now and donate $295 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation?
Yes.
The easiest way to do that is GregStockerSucks.com. Please give me an even number.
Yeah,
3,705. A lot of odds there.
Yeah. If anybody's got a spare $295 sitting around in their bank account, just dump it in here right now. GregStockerSucks.com. And you guys all know my respect for first responders. So we're asking you to join us once again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. And there are tons of options here, folks. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, or you can ride 30 miles from Hamilton. There's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride, and you can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. I'm returning as the captain of Team 1210, and I want you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org or GregStockerSucks.com. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they will take off $25 off of your registration fee. Not $25,000 for a down payment on a home, just $25 for a registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation and the Youth Alliance with Police, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth, and occasionally Scotty Scheffler. Back after this, it's Kayal and Company.
I got to say, though, come on. All we need is $295. Please, just do it. GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Okay, the NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on all the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. It's the best time to bet on the NBA because the Sixers aren't in it, so you can watch some great NBA action, have a little money on the game. $5, that's all you need. Just a little $5 wager makes watching the NBA so much more fun. There's no place to get to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal Company, 847, as we continue.
By the way, Nick Kayal, now we're at $3,800.
Okay, well, yes, if you want to round up. But I see the donation of $95. The total right now is $3,799.86.
Oh, my God.
Your OCD must be off the charts right now.
Oh, God. I didn't see that.
Yes.
Oh, that is amazing.
Somebody donate 14 cents right now. Can we get an even 38 just so Stalker will be at ease here on a Friday?
There's 37th annual Bend to the Shore bike tour. Team Kayal and Company. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. If you want to donate, our goal is $20,000. $20,000. If you want to donate, please go to GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com, and donate.
Yes. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff coming up here in the final hour and change. We'll get to a big 3 with Dawn in just a little bit. We've got our morning mystery movie clip, Cut Sheet Part 2, but we do have some updates. Phil Omquist just alerted me to this. Scotty Scheffler was actually in an orange jumpsuit. And he was photoshopped. A photo was taken, a mug shot. It was probably fingerprinted as well as Pat Forty, a sports columnist for Sports Illustrated, has tweeted out the picture. I just retweeted it. And Scotty Scheffler was charged with second-degree assault of a police officer.
Wow.
Third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. He has since been released on his own recognizance and is on his way to the PGA Championship. So he's either going to come out and shoot like an 80 today and be totally disheveled, or he might have the round of his life. I'm not sure which one will happen.
That is amazing.
It's unbelievable. I mean, second-degree assault of a police officer.
Yeah.
Third-degree criminal mischief. Reckless driving, obviously you get that, but man, second-degree assault of an officer, I'm not sure if that's a misdemeanor or a felony, but if he's released ROR, I mean, obviously there's no bail, and we'll see how that plays out. I'm guessing there will not be any charges filed, but still.
By the way, we're still getting reports that we're getting commercials during the,
Yeah, how is that? We've really got to get to the bottom of that.
Gene, Chris, everybody. Guys, if either of you, Anthony or Phil, if either of you have an update, just jump in the studio and give us an update, because I'm curious why that's happening.
We've been doing this for over a year now, and we've never had that complaint pop up.
We're not.
I mean, it's been a while. So they've gone from blocking us or kicking us off based off of playing certain video clips or music songs that are, boycotted.
So 91 LSXer says, do they have free or free YouTube or paid, I didn't think it mattered.
Well, if you have like YouTube TV and you pay for that as your TV streaming service, do you automatically get free commercial-free ads on YouTube on a computer?
No, it's an extra.
Oh, wow.
It's an extra thing.
So they gouge you in every direction.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I've never paid for anything with YouTube. I just use the free version. Honestly, God, I don't really encounter many ads on YouTube. I really don't.
Well, there are when you first get on there, but not. It shouldn't be during the broadcast. But like Dawn was saying, that like we reached not a subscriber, but we reached a viewer high last week and the beginning of this week. So maybe it's because we got a certain threshold now that they're just putting ads in the middle. I don't know.
That an algorithm kicks in.
Yeah, but that's gonna affect people viewing us on YouTube, and I don't want that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't do that with people on the Odyssey app, right? Like, there's no ads that play in the middle of a segment, right?
Nope. Unless you go out and come back. But that's the same thing with YouTube, too.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if you stop watching or stop listening for a second, and then you come back, a lot of times there might be an ad there.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the official. Amazing how quickly this goes public. The pretrial services history report is out for Scotty Scheffler with all the charges. Man, what a week for this guy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Dawn, by the way, Scotty Scheffler, 2nd-degree assault of an officer, 3rd-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. Released ROR.
$38.50, by the way, $3,850 for the bend to the shore.
Oh,
all we need is $150.
Yeah.
So if you can do me a favor, donate $150 to GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's a great cause. All the money goes to the families of slain and fallen officers. It's a local. Let me say that again. It's a local company, or it's a
local nonprofit.
Nonprofit, excuse me. Thank you. Organization,
which means it's a write-off.
All the money,
501c3.
All the money goes directly to them, to these families. So please donate. Give us $150 right now, so we can get to the even 4,000.
Please. 855-839-1210. All right, final hour is on the way. I've got about 3 or 4 stories. We'll try to get to as many as we can. One, when it comes to parental rights being denied in a Maryland school district. That's a very interesting story if you don't want your child to be, quote, indoctrinated in some of these schools. Also, locally, RFK on the Pennsylvania ballot, and also why in Philadelphia and in the state of Pennsylvania it's not as simple as abortion versus the economy when it comes to Biden versus Trump. We'll get to that, and also global obesity. Stalker loves these stories about people that are fat. Global obesity up 50% in the last 24 years,
Great.
And the deaths are up big time. Why is it, especially in America, that we have such an obesity problem? We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Dawn's Big Three at the top of the hour. Stay tuned. We're back after this. The 9 o'clock hour on a Friday, always the craziest hour of the week. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Hey, Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to cleanorigin.com. That's cleanorigin.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:01. Happy Friday. Final hour underway. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube in and around any commercials throughout a live segment. It's unbelievable.
By the way, just a little info for you guys. Only 65% of people that are watching are subscribed.
That's a violation.
That's a sin.
Dawn, can you please reprimand these people who are watching us right now who are not subscribed to the YouTube page?
Spanking machine for you.
Yep.
Wow.
Stalker, you said you were going to yell at them. Should I take my earphones out and let you go off?
No, I'm just saying, why are you not subscribed if you're watching right now? Please, it's free, it costs you nothing, and it helps us out.
Yeah.
Just hit the subscribe button, because right now, we're at 5,959 total subscribers. You know how many we need to get to 6,000?
How many?
That would be 41.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, your math's correct.
So we just need 41 of you.
Yeah.
41 of you right now. Just hit the subscribe button. Can you be the 6,000th subscriber?
And I will
not asking a lot.
Yeah. And I'm going to reiterate this one more time. YouTube, we are getting ready for a Dawn Stensland Big 3. Do not play a ad because
we're in the middle of a segment.
Amen.
We just need 41 people to subscribe right now to hit 6,000.
Yes.
Please do it.
All right. Morning mystery movie clip in about 17 minutes. But right now, let's get to some of the news. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning in the Big 3. The Justice Department formally moving to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. This is an historic shift in America, ladies and gentlemen, in generations of U.S. drug policy for pot. So the proposed rule sent to the Federal Register recognizing the medical uses of cannabis, acknowledging it has less potential for abuse than some of the nation's other most dangerous drugs. So this is the new plan, that it will be reclassified as a less dangerous drug. It's a proposed rule that obviously does not fully legalize marijuana, but it's a huge step in America. I know Greg Stocker is giving this major applause.
Yeah.
But this goes
Same here.
This goes along with how many states we've seen. So already federal drug policy has lagged behind many states in recent years. 38 states have already legalized medical marijuana, 24 legalizing its recreational use.
Mm-hmm. I love it. And I'm not a marijuana user, but you know what? It's time to evolve a little bit here.
Can I just say something? Neither am I. I just like the freedom of people to make their own decisions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, call me a freedom guy, but like, come on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to throw. Can we throw up a poll question in between the commercials on the YouTube feed? Can we throw up, something, Phil, something to the effect of, are you on board with whatever Dawn just mentioned legally as far as marijuana? I'm guessing it'll be pretty close to 50-50, maybe slightly in favor of it, but I don't think it's going to be one of these 80-20 where people are against it. I think a lot of people are relatively on board with this stuff.
Some argue marijuana should be treated the way that alcohol is treated by the government.
Yes.
But the federal drug policy, when we think about it, again, it's not going to legalize marijuana outright for recreational use.
Mm-hmm.
But when you think about reducing the tax burden, that can be 70% or more for marijuana businesses. So what is this worth? Nearly $30 billion yearly.
Yeah.
It's a huge business, right?
Yep.
Pot business. And so what happens with marijuana munchies, which brings us to the deadly chip debate.
Well, can I just say one more
Yes,
thing
sir.
about the marijuana thing? is that it is, all of these pharmacies and doctors are pushing all of these pharmaceutical drugs that the side effects on those can be catastrophic and can get you addicted way more than weed can.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's high time that we start, that we start down the path of marijuana legality for everything.
I agree.
Sorry.
I never thought years ago I'd see legalized weed and legalized sports betting, but yeah, here we are. I love it.
Because it makes major tax revenue.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Let's talk about the Deadly Chip Challenge. This is a follow-up to Hershey, based in Pennsylvania. Hershey-owned Pequi One Chip Challenge, the tortilla chip that we talked about. There was that teenager who died the same day that he ate the Pequi One Chip Challenge tortilla chips, I should say.
Yep.
So he died from the consuming a large amount of the chili pepper extract. He also had a congenital heart defect that apparently they didn't know about, but the autopsy results are in. And indeed, they say the cause of death were these Carolina Reapers peppers.
I've had one.
You have?
Well, not a full one, but like a bite. Yes, they will blow your head off.
So
on the scale of heat. I forget what they call that. The pepper heat scale. I mean, it's almost at the top. It's up there with the ghost pepper, and yeah.
So this 14-year-old kid from Boston, he took the chip challenge.
Yep.
He died within 2 hours. Hershey pulled the Pequi chips off the market, and now there are lawsuits galore.
Yeah,
as you can imagine.
I love hot and spicy food, but my cutoff is the habanero. I can't go any hotter than a habanero.
Smart.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of things that are pulled off the market, remember the Panera story with the super caffeinated beverage at Panera that killed that girl because she had too much caffeine in her system? Panera has since yanked that off the market as well.
Lemonade.
Yep.
Jeez. So we've talked a lot about RFK Jr. vowing to make the ballot in 50 states. The Inquirer just posted this story that is making national news, thinking about RFK Jr. on the ballot because he's made this vow. We're 6 months, until the big election. He's only officially on the ballot in 7 states. But looking at, for example, in Pennsylvania and the impact that a Kennedy and RFK Jr. could have here, they point out in this that we have basically a low threshold in Pennsylvania. He only needs 5,000 signatures by August 1st.
Yeah, and he's just got to pay the state $200.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he would be on the ballot. Obviously, Democrats are challenging all of this and trying to push back, but they're saying that there is a great likelihood that RFK Jr. will be on the ballot. And when you think of the fact that, with the polls and the margin of error, you have Trump v. Biden basically neck and neck, but Kennedy polling, depending on where you look, state by state or nationally, sometimes gets 10%.
Yeah. I've got to imagine for a state that went to Trump once and Biden the next time around, you've got a lot of people in Pennsylvania that are probably, I can't envision him not reaching 5,000 signatures. He should absolutely make enough signatures to gain access.
And let him debate, by the way. Let me say it again.
I'm for everybody debating.
Let him debate.
Just from a sheer competitive standpoint and let everybody be heard and voice their views. I loved the primaries when we first got started and we had 5 or 6 people on that debate stage. So the more the better for me. I love it.
I think RFK Jr. would have a huge impact on the debate stage with Trump, but also with the demeanor of the demeanor of the debate would change.
Yeah, agreed.
But
Yes.
they would, but it would be deadly for Trump if they did not ask questions about the economy, because nobody talks about RFK Jr.'s. He's a Democrat. He's a tax and spend Democrat.
Oh yeah.
So if they don't ask the economic questions and they ask the other social type questions, it could be very good for RFK Jr., but it could be deadly for Republicans.
That's correct.
So we're watching this state by state situation. But yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania only 5,000 signatures by August 1st. TikTok, we got to watch that. Hey, we're also always grateful to our friends at Piazza Auto Group sponsoring our Big Three. Get special financing as low as 2.9% for up to 48 months on the 2024 Honda CRV, as well as the Passport. So visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. They're my guys, Ross, awesome Ross. But also they're in Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield. They're all over. There's power with Piazza. You can always check them out online first, piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much.
By the way, Nick Kayal, you asked, so ye shall receive. On the YouTube chat right now, there's a poll question. Are you okay with legalizing marijuana? It's pretty split.
That's what I thought.
Yes. Well, it just ticked up a little bit. Yes, at 60%. No, at 40%. So
Yeah.
it's like a 60-40 split between people. Not Kevin. Chris Appolito said, "I don't care if you smoke dog turds. I just don't like to smell it." That's the one thing that I will agree with. You know, as somebody who grew up in the 90s when it was it was kind of taboo to smoke weed. And when you smell it, you're like, ooh, what's that? You know what I mean? Now, you smell it everywhere.
Smell it on the Schuylkill every day driving home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, this is really, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
What did he say? I don't care if you smoke dog poop?
Dog turds, yeah.
Dog turds.
Yeah.
I've got Sean Farish in my head now. Tootin' with Putin.
Just amazing. Just amazing. He needs to make a song out of that, by the way, in the Trump voice.
Tootin' with Putin, the single. My only thing with legalized marijuana, much like alcohol, I don't want people behind the wheel intoxicated. I don't want people putting other people at risk with safety. If you're going to booze, do it at home or get an Uber from a bar home. Same thing with marijuana. If you're, I don't know, what do they call them today? You got blunts, joints, whatever. I'm going to sound like I'm a old fuddy-dud because it's not in my vocabulary on the daily basis. But I don't want you going out for a pizza and a box of Tasty Cakes and a Krispy Kreme donuts because you got the munchies and you kill somebody, right? Like, that's my thing.
I think nowadays there's no more doobie or whatever you want to say.
You too.
I was looking at terms.
You guys sound like
there's no more doobies.
The doobies and the blunts.
This is like the Chris Farley skit with Matt Foley.
Nobody smokes either of those things.
Like-
Everybody's vaping it or taking edibles.
Oh, my buddy, my two boys, they vape on the golf course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And that does not have the smell.
Right.
That's the problem, though. It's a liquid or wax form.
Yeah.
Anthony Duranzo. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I got something stuck in my...
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Mary, I got the munchies.
I'm just listening to you guys. It's like...
Go get me a hoagie.
You can go to these dispensaries now and make your own, like, pot brownies and stuff.
Yeah. Well, they put it's basically you can stick it in anything that's edible these days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
It's like, who had the bit, Rosie O'Donnell, where her mom would say, I know you're taking the pot. Like in an Irish, you're taking the pot.
All right, 855-839-1210. See, but here's maybe just marijuana is one of the contributing factors to our next story, because when you imbibe with marijuana, you get the munchies, and then you start at 7:30 at night, and you figure you're done eating for the day. And next thing you know, you pack in another 1,200 calories because you're so hungry. Global obesity deaths have risen by 50% since 2000, according to this major report and study. But how does the U.S. compare to other nations? I got this story courtesy of the Daily Mail. The number of people dying from obesity-related diseases like heart conditions and stroke has risen 50% in the last 20 years. In the year 2000, a high BMI, body mass index, was the 11th leading risk factor for shortening a person's life. By 2021, it had jumped to the number 6 spot, according to the Global Burden of Disease study, which was published in the prestigious Lancet Journal. The conditions most often suffered by people dying from obesity-related deaths included high blood pressure, heart problems, kidney dysfunction, and type 2 diabetes. However, the science has found that air pollution remains the leading contributor to global disease burden in over 2021 over obesity. They go on to talk about some of the other factors, but the main issues here, kidney dysfunction, type 2 diabetes, heart problems, and blood pressure. And I know we've talked about this a lot in the past with random stories, people complaining they're too big, they can't fit in one airline seat, so they need to get two, and they shouldn't have to be charged for a second one. And Stalker, you've kind of blown your lid on people being overweight at times on the show, which is always hysterical. It's just really, to me, what this comes down to is, like, I hate to sound super, super old school, but I'll never forget what my dad used to tell me. He's like, and this was back like when I was, 9, 11, 13 years old, and playing football or doing wrestling, and there's weight classes and weight divisions. It was like, he's like, Nick, if you want to eat 5 slices of pizza, I have no problem with that, but go out and run 2 or 3 miles and burn it off, right? And that's the problem. Like, we eat and then we just scroll our phones.
The problem is that it's not like I could use to lose 10 pounds. I think we all feel that way.
Yes, I need to lose 20.
It's not, and by the way, at my height and my weight, in some places, I'd probably be considered overweight or maybe obese.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not about that. It's just about the fact that there are so many of us right now that are overweight, and it's just like it's the silent epidemic that nobody wants to talk about, because if you do, you're fat shaming.
Right.
And people are like, well, it's a condition. It's like, no, it's the crap we put in our bodies.
You're right. And I feel like when we see videos or something that goes viral on social media or pictures from other nations, and I don't have the specific stats here about how bad America is. You just don't seem to see as many fat people in other countries, right? Like, let's think about this. What have we covered a lot in the news of people from other nations? We've covered the border crisis. Of all the viral videos that we have seen, people coming across our southern border, do you recall seeing any fatzos? You don't. You really don't. Now there's the invasion at the northern border with Canada.
Yeah.
You go over, in Italy. Dawn, you were in Italy. Did you see a ton of people that were overweight, or were they all relatively in shape, despite the fact that they might enjoy a lot of carbs, a lot of Italian food, high in carbs? But they all seem, and they drink red wine. Yeah, they all seem to be happy and fit, and they walk everywhere, and they seem to be in relatively good health compared to Americans.
Yes, but I can tell you that the food is not there. It's tough to find a to-go container in Italy.
Really?
And in Europe. They don't do, they're not eating in their vehicle. They're not doing to-go.
Is it disrespectful to not finish your meal?
No, food is viewed as medicine. Food is, so they take such pride in their food. And so everything is fresh, and it's not, even the wine doesn't have the preservatives that we have.
By the way, when are we getting our?
I know. I just thought of that today.
She's been back. She's been back from Italy for a month.
I know.
I haven't given out
We have nothing yet.
Nothing. I have it all.
I remember Tom.
I'm sure you do.
I do.
I remember Tom Brady saying, "Food for me is nothing more than fuel.
Yep.
It's just what keeps me going. It's not something I crave. It's not something I'm always seeking to have the tastiest and indulge in something and have a cheat day. Like, I typically eat relatively well 6 days a week, and then 1 day a week I get the pizza, and I just, I'm like a slob. But, I eat sushi once or twice a week. I try to eat, grilled chicken and vegetables and salads. And then, of course, but then, you put some cheese in the salad. And then you use a dressing that's high in fat or calories, and you're not doing as good of a job as you probably could. But I'll always remember that. Like, Brady would just eat to be fueled and to be energized. But we talk about it. It's expensive. You're using avocado oil to cook with. That's expensive. Pink Himalayan sea salt as opposed to, your typical table salt. And in today's day and age with groceries, it's like, you try to eat healthy and you try to eat clean, and everything's through the roof, astronomically off the charts with the prices. And then all of a sudden you go down the frozen food section and you're like, I'm trying to save a few bucks here. Oh, wow, frozen dinners, 4 for $10. Okay, that's a value buy. Little do you know, it's obviously full with additives and all sorts of preservatives, and it's going to end up killing you and making you sick. So, we've talked about this a lot, but I would just say get on the treadmill, people.
Or go for a walk.
Or go for a walk,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, you don't have to kill yourself exercising. Just simply walking 2-3 miles is good for you.
There's a story that we were going to get to this week, but we never did, that I think coincides with this, Nick, is that it shows that men with low testosterone or lower testosterone don't live as long as people with higher testosterone.
Yep.
And, I feel like as generations keep going, men are getting lower and lower testosterone.
Oh, yeah.
And I just don't think that is a good thing for society.
No, it's not. BlueChew.com, by the way, baby. 855-839-1210. All right, 9:20 right on the dot. Let's give something away. It's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So you like your butter, do you?
Yeah.
You got some margarine if you want. You can just scoop it out of the tub.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Oh,
This is, Harry.
hello. They make that in a woman's suit, too.
Jessica, we're eating.
Meet me in the front door.
Yeah, I was just gonna go there anyway.
Well, I see you like my rolls.
Sure, I like a woman with some meat on her bones. So, Charlie, what business are you in?
The name's Walter.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12, if you can identify that clip, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. We'll see if we get our winner on the other side. And we just got a $295 donation made by Carissa.
Carissa!
So, Greg Stocker, we are well above the 4K threshold.
What?
$4,144.86.
Wow.
I know it's an awkward number for you.
It is. I don't like that.
But we are well above it. 4144.86.
By the way, all the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Let me say that again. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's a great cause. So you're supporting a fabulous cause and also helping us reach our goal of $20,000.
Yes, indeed. All right, we'll see if we get our winner on the other side. Cut Sheet Part 2 and a lot more as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa,
founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce.
Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable.
So we have a fresh take. Tastemonials.
Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients.
At 2021 Do Work says, legendary. Nobody does it better.
What was that?
Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji.
Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they are a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk.
Love it. At Moshroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi.
Pro tip, that's the whole United States.
Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard.
We love to hear that as much as the FCC.
Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's Hot Sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new hot spring and Caldera hot tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new endless pool swim spa, receive a free aqua bike and exercise kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehot.com for for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The South 9th Street Italian Market Festival presented by Deer Park and Turo. May 18th and 19th from 11 till 5. Fitzwater to Wharton Streets. Over 100 vendors of food, beverages, crafts, souvenirs, music, and activities. Visit ItalianMarketFestival.com.
I want to tell you about my friend, my dentist, and the master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. You know, we're approaching special occasion season, graduations, showers, weddings. If you're getting ready for a special event, don't forget your smile, because it's going to be in all the pictures. Get your smile special occasion ready by making an appointment with Dr. Mike today. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. So if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When I got sick, I didn't just need a transplant. I needed a heart and a kidney transplant. And my Jefferson Health team didn't just find me a donor. They took care of me as a patient and a person.
At Jefferson Health, we do not compromise. We are more than 12,000 caregivers who push beyond what's possible. We are healthcare rooted in care. Jefferson Health, uncompromising care.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. The NFL draft is behind us and your favorite team is now gearing up for week number 1. The free Odyssey app puts you right in the middle of the pro football conversation with the biggest sports radio stations from across the country. The local voices who know your team the best, giving you their unfiltered takes on the current state of your squad. It's always football season on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. I just adopted a new best friend, and I'm looking for a Toyota so we can make the most out of summer.
With a new RAV4, you can take your pup for a drive up the coast. You can take a Prius to the park for some tug-of-war. Or you can take a Tundra to kayak at a remote lake.
One problem, Jan.
Oh?
My new best friend's a cat.
Your summer starts here, but it all ends June 3rd. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Step inside, walk this way, you and me, babe. Hey, hey!
9:31, it's Kayal and Company Friday morning, the Dawn Show in about 30 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap in just about 20. Today in music history, what Phil has lined up for his weekend, where he'll be next, what concert he'll go to, what sporting event he'll be attending. It's Phil's time, baby. It's Phil's world. We're just living in it. 9:51 this morning. And then who won Twitter today? Cut sheet part due on the way, as well as we have our winner lined up here. Donna is in Philadelphia. Donna, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you a few minutes ago?
Good morning. Dumb and Dumber 2.
That is correct. Congratulations, Donna. You win the tickets for Willie Nelson's 4th of July.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Donna.
Great
You have thank you. You have a great rest of your day, Donna.
You too. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. God bless. There she is, Donna in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Big fan of Kayal and Company.
By the way, Anthony Duranzo let me know that she is a first-time winner and first-time caller.
Oh.
So good job to Donna.
Nice to work in some new fresh blood, right?
We always like that, yeah.
There we go. By the way, before we get to the cut sheet part due, just an update as the big take this morning was on the ridiculous movement to cancel and cut Harrison Butker, the Chiefs kicker, who gave a Catholic conservative commencement speech at a Catholic institution last weekend. His jersey in the NFL shop has now officially sold out.
Oh, my God.
In the women's jersey category.
Dawn.
Yeah.
Dawn bought 4 of them during the break.
I know. I love this guy.
That's great.
Oh, my God.
Yes. So we told you earlier this morning, both men and women version of the jersey was one of the top sellers. According to a guy I used to work with in sports who now does the same format we do here, Peter Mundo, has screenshotted it and showing that the $129 for an NFL jersey is officially sold out.
Wow, that is unbelievable.
Yep. Proof once again that the internet is not real life.
By the way, you love how the show comes full circle. You started at 6:10 this morning talking about this whole thing, and by 9:32, we can report that his jersey is sold out in women's.
Yep. It all comes full circle back to the big take. It's all by design. Actually, it's not. Sometimes we just get lucky. All right, but 9:33, let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet part due is sponsored by Turn 7 store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 store closing liquidations. Turn 7. Thank you, Turn 7, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet part due. By the way, guys, apparently somebody and corporate does not like the GregStockerSucks.com. Because now, if you want to donate, we have 1210WPHT.com/bike.
Oh. Has GregStockerSucks.com been taken down?
No, it has not. I will fight this. GregStockerSucks.com if you want to donate to the Families Behind the Bad Children's Foundation. But for a more family-friendly, clean version, you can just go to 1210WPHT.com/bike.
Oh. How about corporate one-upping you? You going to have a meeting with them later tonight?
I'm going to have a meeting with myself. Look, everybody. I'm trying to do a radio show here, okay? The job
This
of
is
us,
radio, people!
the job that we do from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every weekday is to entertain people.
I just did the math. That's like, Dawn's like 45% of that.
Stop. She is. I know. I know.
Oh, my gosh.
She is. So, yeah, 1210WPHT.com/bike if you want to go there. Or GregStockerSucks.com.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, you must have ruffled some feathers.
Uh-oh. It's been nice working with you guys.
This is Greg's final show.
Will I be here Monday? I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself. Maybe not. Nick, you just brought this to my attention, and I think this is tremendous. There's no audio to it, and I'm just going to play the video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. This is a police officer who lit up a cigar while arresting a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
This might be my new hero.
Yeah.
Phil, if you want to roll cut 25 here, my friend.
Look at this.
Please do that. Look at that. Look at that. He's lighting up a cigar.
Yes.
As he's
got a suspect detained.
I love this guy.
He's got him cuffed. He's got his knee in his crotch. It looks like the crotch. Maybe he does. Maybe he's just standing kind of hovering over him. And he's lighting up an Ashton Fuente.
Blow that smoke right in his face.
Oh, my goodness.
It's amazing.
And this officer's got a bulletproof vest on.
Yeah.
So he might be on a special unit, narcotics maybe. This is like Denzel Washington in Training Day. Rounding up the bad guys.
I don't know who this is, where this was, what the circumstances were.
Yeah.
But I love the internet for videos like this.
I think the suspect is saying, I'm allergic to smoke. I can't breathe. Look at this. That's a red hat.
Yep.
Is that a MAGA suspect on the floor?
No, I
is this guy a Trump supporter?
I doubt it.
I'm offended now. Now I'm outraged. I can't condone this police brutality now. This is great. Look at that cigar.
Yeah.
That's a real big one, too.
It is.
Yeah, by the way, Bill's a big cigar guy on the golf course. I like the smell of a cigar on a golf course.
Bill from Jen and Bill on B101, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he made a birdie yesterday, and he's doing the same thing the officer's doing.
Boy.
Lighting up a big one.
All right, from a guy that I admire to a guy that I don't admire. Let's go to Fat Jerry Nadler. He was talking the other day on the House floor, and he's regurgitating. Remember the child separation thing that was happening at the border during the Trump administration that everybody was making? Well, he's trying to bring that back.
Okay.
He's trying to make fetch happen again. It's like these are all reruns. Honestly, we've heard all of these before. I'm just tired of them. If they didn't work the first time, let's try and recycle them again. Cut one, Phil, go.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard about
Look at this guy.
the Senate bill.
He's a weeble.
That it wasn't strong enough. It was strong enough so that Senator McConnell supported it. Senator Langford, one of the most conservative senators in the Senate, supported it, and it was going to pass until President Trump said, "I don't want this problem solved. I want an issue for the election." And then suddenly, it was stopped. And then we're told about H.R. 2. H.R. 2 was such a terrible bill that it couldn't get more than 32 votes in a Senate with 49 Republican senators. So don't tell me about H.R. 2. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is cloaked in language ostensibly honoring law enforcement. But it is really just another excuse for Republicans to play politics with the southern border and to sound tough without actually doing anything.
He's the epitome of unhealthy, by the way.
Yeah.
That the kind of thing they're talking about doing isn't being done. They
His
say
jacket doesn't
turn
fit.
back to President Trump. President Trump separated thousands of children from their parents, little children, many of whom even today cannot be identified and returned to their parents.
There we go.
If you want to take a quick Google search and just type in Biden border, you'll see all the new border information that's coming out. That's not a good look for Joe. New data reveals illegal immigrants eluding Border Patrol spiked under Biden. Biden's latest border fix is nothing more than kabuki theater. Biden takes another step to fast-track asylum process for border crossers. That's just the headlines, folks, at the southern border right now. Take a look at just do a quick search as to what's going on at the northern border.
The Secretary of the Navy, Carlos Del Toro, says he has no regrets about firing the thousands of service members who refused to take the COVID vaccine.
Okay, the worthless shot that doesn't stop it dead on arrival. Okay.
This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Do you believe
that you want all the members of your team to feel like they're included?
Well, I have a question. Do you believe that you were an ally for the 1,878 soldiers who were fired, or the 3,746 Marines who were fired for not taking the COVID shot? Were you an ally for them?
Sir, I followed the laws. They disobeyed
Or did
the
they
law.
feel included?
They disobeyed a law.
They were fired.
They were fired because they disobeyed
Do you
the
regret
law.
that? Do you regret that?
Currently existed. I have no regrets.
You have
whatsoever.
recruitment challenges. You
know what,
refuse to.
Senator?
You refuse to admit the DEI is a part of this. You're firing qualified people who are well trained, and you sit here so smugly to act like none of that has any impact on the readiness of our Navy.
Senator, we recontacted 3,500 of the 4,800 people who were fired. You know how many actually decided to come back to the Navy? And
How
Mm-hmm.
many?
Air Force? 2.
Shocker.
2.
Shocker at the level of disrespect they receive from their government.
You know, if you're China's Navy and you see the headline, qualified unvaccinated Navy service members fired for vaccinated DEI hires, you got to be chomping at the bit to get to war with America now these days. It's unbelievable. Like this guy, by the way, Del Toro, if you're watching along on YouTube, probably was a guy that would benefit from the vaccine because he would qualify as obese. We saw what happened during the pandemic. Like the shot is relatively good for those that are high risk, overweight, the elderly, but people in the military, they didn't need it. And they certainly damn sure didn't deserve to be fired.
Top Biden advisor Stephen Benjamin was was at the White House press briefing yesterday and was asked about the lack of enthusiasm for Biden in the African American community. This man is African American himself. Not that that matters, but I'm just giving for the people who are not watching on YouTube. I'm just giving a little clarity to that. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Of enthusiasm for the president in the African American community. What do you chalk that lethargy up to?
You know, I will tell you again. I can only speak, Francesca, to my experience. And when I get out there and we talk to people about the amazing successes of the administration under the leadership of the president, vice president, people are psyched. I mean, they're happy about these meaningful developments that are helping change the lives of people all across this country.
We've talked to many people, and they're psyched.
Yes. I have not heard one person say they are psyched about anything with Joe Biden. They might be psyched if they're Biden voters by default to see Donald Trump found guilty. They ain't psyched about Joe, all right? Actually, I take that back. We played that video a few weeks ago. Those people, was at New Hope throwing the little wine party?
Yes, they were psyched.
They were psyched. They were also drunk as well, but...
Stephen Benjamin, this is cut 9, also says that the Biden administration continues to make sure that every piece of policy has that core of equity.
Equity.
Cut 9, Phil.
Yeah.
The president's unapologetic about not only the principle of equity being a core value to him, but also his administration. But he continues to make sure that, consistent with his very first executive order, that every piece of policy and that comes out of the administration, as well as each of the cornerstone laws and acts, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Bill, and also the American Rescue Plan, that each of those pillars have the same core of equity, and it's led to record amounts of contracting. I think $76 billion this past year for small and minority-owned businesses.
Equity, where we all don't start in the same position, but we all finish in the same exact spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You might have been born poor and I might have been born rich, but at the end of the day, when we all retire at 65, we will all have the same amount of assets. We will all have the same opportunity, the same privilege, the same money in our bank account. We'll all own a 3,000 square foot home, all thanks to equity as part of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Nice fairy tale, just not reality, folks.
And that, my friends, is what's on the cut sheet part 2.
What a week. What a week. Anybody else get arrested? What else do we have out there? I need a break. All right, 9:45. We'll come back, find out what Dawn has lined up for the top of the hour, as well as what happened on Today in Music History with Phil Almquist.
You also have to, this audience pays very close attention because who on Twitter today I asked a specific question, and they answered it for me, which I love. So that's coming up, too.
Beautiful. Back after this.
We got to talk about my friends at Piazza Auto Group. You know, I always turn to Piazza for the family vehicles and as well 2 of my sons, actually, and other family members, whether it's in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Delaware. But it's time to think about that spring or summer road trip, getting back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from some of the most beautiful, sleek, powerful brands on the road right now. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just visit them at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealerships. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Kayal Company getting set to hand things off at the top of the hour to the Dawn Stenslin Show, and we find out what Dawn has lined up just about 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, so I've got so much. We've got locked and loaded here. We're all lined up. But we'll talk a little bit about the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, the SAVE Act, that would ensure that only U.S. citizens who show proof of citizenship for voter registration would be able to vote. So we'll get into that, as well as an historic day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, crossing that 40,000 mark. And then that Supreme Court, conservative justices, as they ruled on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, that CFPB Act, that, of course, was an Obama-era act. So a real victory for Biden. What does it mean for all of us? So I'll get into some financial policy stuff. Why did Governor Josh Shapiro take public transit yesterday? What's he trying to save? Christine Flowers will join us talking about the latest on the governor, Mayor Parker, Kensington, all the Philadelphia. And then, of course, because she's an immigration attorney, we'll talk to her about the SAVE Act as well. We've got a full lineup, so much in store today. Elizabeth Stelly joining us. We'll talk all about the Commonwealth Foundation, what they're doing to fight for your freedoms. It's all coming up.
All right, Dawn Show in just about 9 minutes, as now we find out what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, Friday, May 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of Paul Di'Anno, the original lead singer of Iron Maiden, Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails, Bill Bruford from Yes and King Crimson, and Andrew Latimer from the prog rock band Camel. Now, I bring up prog rock since one of our YouTubers claimed I diss prog rock, which of course is Crazy Talk. And the one band he brought up is my second favorite band of all time, and the one prog rock band I mention the most in Genesis. Well, your claim is equivalent to Biden saying inflation was 9% when he took office. Please. Anyway, back to the news.
Yes.
We also lost Donna Summer on this day in 2012 and Vangelis in 2022 of Chariots of Fire fame. Albums include Rising by Rainbow in 76, Mesmerized by System of a Down in 2005, and Cycles by the Doobie Brothers in 1989. Also in 89, Bill Wyman opened the Sticky Fingers restaurant in London. In 90, Nirvana played the last date of their North American tour. It was drummer Chad Channing's final gig. Dave Grohl then replaced him in September. And lastly, in 1975, Elton John appeared on Soul Train performing Benny and the Jets and Philadelphia Freedom, becoming just the third white performer to appear on the show. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
Man, Phil Omquist body-bagging a listener over misinformation.
Wow.
Nice work, Philip.
Good job.
All right, let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Invader626XP wins Twitter. Earlier, I asked, do people know actually how much $1 trillion is?
Okay.
This person says, Greg, if you earned $1 million a year, it would take you 1 million years to earn $1 trillion. So there you go.
Of money.
It's a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
$1 million a year, 1 million years to earn $1 trillion. That's 1 trillion, by the way.
Wow.
And Kamala Harris says they've dumped trillions of dollars on the streets.
Yeah.
Like they're making it rain. Thank
They
you.
did.
Thank you, Invader.
You're welcome. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Have a great weekend, and we will reconvene Monday morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?